Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for the Planning Council meeting of Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to over. No, I'd like to start it, actually. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories, rather, that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on it, in it, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we want to thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Megwich. All right. Council. Any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything of that sort? None. Okay. Before we get into the planning public act portion of our meeting, we have, I think, 4 folks sign up for a open forum. Open forum is each individual has 2 minutes to state whatever they want to state, and then we'll go on to the following. And the first on my list is Luigi Faccini. Oh, okay, so you have an so you will not be speaking your okay, thank you.
Good morning, members of council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of planning council. My name is Graham Huizinga, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 1W9. Here on behalf of Mr. Faccini this morning regarding the agenda item that's before you today regarding site alteration works on his property at 33 Port 7 Road North. Mr. Faccini asked me to look into the matter for him, as it seems to be that he was given maybe some conflicting information or wasn't quite clear on what the expectations were for shoreline development on his property. He'd recently taken out a building permit to construct his new dwelling at 33 Port 7 Road North, and as part of that building permit, he discussed with the building department about doing some regrading works and putting soft swales in next to the new house build in order to accommodate stormwater runoff and drainage on the site down to the channel. Those works, in addition to some landscaping works, are essentially what staff had observed when they'd gone out to the property, is my understanding, along with placement of some armor stone and some regrading works near the shoreline that had occurred. Now, looking at historical aerial imagery of Mr. Faccini's property, I can see, through the site alteration bylaw, the policies and provisions that are being referenced by staff in terms of
disturbance. Stop for 1 second.
Oh,
sorry, we had noise here. If you don't mind pausing for a moment.
Of course.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Oh, no problem.
Are we good to go? If you could back up a couple sentences, it would be greatly appreciated. Sorry about this.
No, not at all. Not at all. I wasn't coming through on my end, so I didn't know you couldn't hear me. Thank you. Essentially, I was saying that staff had made the observation that site works in the shoreline area had occurred, and that's not permitted through the township site alteration bylaw, through section 3.1 of that bylaw. However, there are a number of exceptions in section 4 to that bylaw that I think are important here. A couple of them including works associated with a recently issued building permit, within 5 meters of a dwelling foundation. So that covers a decent portion of the works that were observed on site, as well as some other circumstances, such as dealing with drainage works. And that's also something that Mr. Ficini was trying to achieve on his property. The other important consideration as a land use planner, my first instinct is always to look at the land use policies, of course, when we're dealing with something like this. And the township's zoning bylaw and official plan both speak to shoreline vegetative areas and shoreline activity areas and shoreline buffer areas. And on Mr. Ficini's property and observing historical aerial imagery for both his property and for the area, it's pretty plain that this area has been heavily disturbed and not necessarily maintained in a natural state for 40+ years. So, and that's not just Mr. Ficini's property. That includes what is now the township park across the channel, which used to be a trailer park. There's definitely significant hardscaping along the river on both sides, rock placement within the channel. I'm assuming because of the public boat launch there, we wouldn't want erosion to wear away at the shoreline there. So rock has been placed there to mitigate that. And Mr. Ficini also reached out to the Trent Severn Waterway body as well to determine if they had any issues with the work he was conducting, and they told him they had no issues. So the policy base basically in the official plan states that we have a situation like this where there's been historical disturbance to the natural vegetative buffer where we're not dealing with an intact vegetative buffer, that any work that occurs on a property like that should aim for a net improvement in the condition of the property. And I believe based on discussing with the property owner that that's what's going to occur here. His plans include planting beds, planting a variety of native shrubs and other species in the shoreline, abutting that retaining wall or armor stone wall that you see in the shoreline area, as well as dealing with both historical and drainage issues that occur as a result of building the house, right? Whenever you build a house on a vacant property, there's going to be changes in drainage patterns. So in my opinion, those are both net positive changes dealing with stormwater outflows into the channel that are going to keep his property safe and dry, as well as his abutting property and neighbor properties safe and dry as well. And an improvement in the condition of the shoreline. If you look at historical photos, again, it's just grass right down to the water on both sides of what was the boathouse that's existed on that property for 40+ years. So that's, I know I only have 2 minutes. I'm probably a little bit over that already, so thank you for your patience. But that's essentially where I reviewed this instance coming from, and my request to committee in this regard would be to retroactively permit this work to occur, allow Mr. Ficini to clean up the property. I know it's hard to picture now, but it's basically been put a stop work order in place, and you've got silt fencing in the water. It looks like a bit of a mess right now. But once it's completed, I do believe that there'll be a net improvement over what was there before.
Thank you very much. Happy to give you some patience because you had to give us some patience with our technical difficulties. But thank you very much.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Vergeer, you're next on my list.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind coming to the table, please, and turning your microphone on so that it glows red. There we go. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right. Well, good morning, Mayor Couture, members of council and staff. My name is Jerry Vergeer, and I just wanted to put a face to the application and to the letter that I sent in regarding application for license of occupation. I know the staff report and my comments are pretty straightforward, but again, I just wanted to add a bit of color. We've been on Little Go Home Bay and Gloucester Pool since 2003, been at our current property since 2008, built everything from new, worked with the township, 100% compliant. We've been road members since that time on Rocky Shore Road at 579. There's approximately 15 properties on the road. They're all road access. The road was built in 1988. And there's actually 5 properties at the end, the west end of the road, as I put in my note, that use township road allowance. It's not deeded access, but there's a use agreement. I guess it's a forever use agreement that was put in place when the road was built. So we actually have used it for many years. There's a property, there was only one property, it still is today, that's not road access. That's this King property, 4303, that we purchased in 2019 from the King property. When the road was built, they chose not to join the road. They live in Coldwater. They were only here on the weekends. Probably the taxes were lower. So they chose not to join the road. We bought it in 2019. I knew there was a shore road allowance. And I knew there was surrounding property. So you either purchase property or get an easement, or you use the allowance just like we do at our place. But I've been working with the Crown, first of all, to purchase a small section, which has basically all been approved now, as Karen is aware. So that's all in place. The area that we would cross is largely barren rock. So there's a bit of a slope change at the outset of the driveway and at the end of the driveway. And again, we're road members that pass by this intersection point on a daily basis. The other thing I want to point out is all members of Rocky Shore Road, and some are here today, know that we are going for this application. In fact, we've been using it, walking it, and of course the road members would prefer that we buy into it, buy the equity, pay the dues, and so would we, because that's how it works. So I informed our road association over the last couple of years that I was working with Township and working with the Crown. And so this is an important next step, getting this approved. Then I'll let all the members know that I have this in place, and I'll start the process to join the road, pay the equity, pay the fees. And you can imagine if there's only 15 properties, there's a lot of cost. We have a lot of cost coming up. So I think our contribution would be welcomed. I grew up on a family farm, so we know
Your 2 minutes are up, so it's now time to summarize.
That's my last point. I grew up on a
Okay.
family farm. We'll take good care of whatever alterations we make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Breckville, you're next and last on my list.
Thank you very much for hearing me. I'm assuming that you all have my submission that I sent in last Friday and was distributed to you. And I just wanted to go over a few highlights of that. On this concession road allowance, I'm the only abutting private landowner on this concession. And Mr. Vergeer has been all through this process. It's been through our meetings at the Rocky Shore Road. And our policy within the Rocky Shore Road is you have to have deeded access to the road edge in order to become a member. With me being the abutting property, my understanding is that I have the opportunity, I'm the only one that would have the opportunity to purchase this and the concession road allowance. And this license of occupation will go across the shoreline road allowances of the concession road allowance. And the maps that were provided by planning were very unclear as to, number one, how will the extended lines of Mr. Vergeer's property, how will they go? Is the all of the shoreline road allowance above water, or in most cases, a great portion of shoreline road allowance is underwater. So it's unclear in the survey provided as to whether or not this shoreline road allowance, which he is proposing to have a license over, is wide enough to do that. It states in the planning report that so as to safety to travel on a vehicle, much of the driveway, and I would suggest that this could be a serious environmental risk. It's close, it is bare rock there, but there could be places where the roadway would go very close. The motor course would be very visible from the shoreline, and it would create an unwanted eyesore, and aside from an environmental hazard. I did provide some extra maps, which I hope are a little more clear as to what I'm speaking about. So I hope you all take a look at those. And the thing that I question and would like to have an answer to is it's stated in the planning report that his application earlier was denied, but the occupation policy was revised. So I would kind of like to know what that revision is. And also, as mine being the only abutting property owner, if I were to choose to apply to purchase the concession road allowance, in that his license would go across the road allowance, the shoreline road allowance in front of the portion that I could purchase, or in fact, in front of all of it. What would be done? Could that be revoked? And if it can, has any ever been revoked in the past?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, I don't think we have anyone else listed for open forum. And that means it's time to go into the Planning Act public meetings portion of our meeting this morning, which means I get to do an introduction. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for 5 proposed zoning bylaw and official plan amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. A, zoning bylaw and official plan amendment file Z23-13 and O25-02 for 65 Deo Drive. B, zoning bylaw amendment file Z25-05, proposed temporary use for docks in Georgian Bay water levels. And C, zoning bylaw and official plan amendment file Z25-03 and O25-01 for 68 Forest Lane. Through the clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the subject property to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in these applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have also been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless you make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Thank you. So our first public act application is for zoning bylaw and official plan amendment Z25-13 and O25-04 for 65 Deo Drive. Madam Clerk, correspondence on file.
Correspondence related to the zoning bylaw amendments Z23-13 and official plan amendment O25-02 was received as follows. One letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating district staff would not be opposed to approval of the above noted applications if conditions set forth by the township are met and development control techniques follow the environmental impact study. 12 letters of objection were received from Rick Heed, Grace and Yosef Gushtik, Peter Solala, Steve Wiley, Legita Stemenis, Leah Leto, Tracy Weir, Eva Hekurinen, Pam and Cliff Jordan, Sonia Klemesko, William Lee Henyuk, and Charlie and Nancy Kerr. A petition with 57 signatures of objection was received from 29 properties. And one letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that building permits for any development would be required.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kratky, over to you to provide an overview of the application and all that has happened to date, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I will share my screen. And I'm being told I can't share my screen. I apologize. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councilors, everyone in attendance here and online. My name is Jeff Kratky. I am a registered professional planner employed by the Township of Georgian Bay, and I'm here presenting regarding an application that was originally an independent zoning bylaw amendment, application number Z2313, that is now a concurrent official plan amendment, application number 02502, and number Z2313, made by Michael Bice regarding subject lands municipally known as 65 Deo Drive. 65 Deo Drive is located in the northeastern part of the Township of Georgian Bay and on the southern approximate part of Myers Lake. The subject property itself does include a private road known as Deo Drive, as well as lands both north and south of Deo Drive, but primarily to the south of Deo Drive. And it is a large historic existing lot of record. I won't read the purpose and effect. They're lengthy, but I think they are there in the report. They're there on the screen, and certainly if anyone has questions about them, I'm happy to answer them. I will summarize them as saying that the purpose of the official plan amendment is to provide site-specific policy exceptions that allow for a backlot residential dwelling on the private road known as Deo Drive. And the effect of the concurrent applications is to allow a detached dwelling and accessory buildings and structures, excuse me, on part of the subject lands to be in the BRYYH zone, while prohibiting any development, including private parks, on the remainder of the lands to be in the NSC or Natural State Conservation Site-Specific Exception Zone and conserved in a natural state. The public participation throughout this process has been very remarkable. It continues to be so, and as you see, my slide is already a date. As the clerk has just mentioned, there's now approximately 6 signatures on the petition opposing the proposed development. There are just over 12 letters or emails opposing the proposed development, and just quickly listing their rationale for the opposition, and not getting into the detail that's in the correspondence. They are opposed because backlot dwellings are not to front on private roads. Myers Lake water quality is over threshold and high sensitivity. Myers Lake cannot support more development without negative environmental and natural character impacts. The OS1 zone is only for conservation or passive recreation, that is, no buildings. Deo Drive operation, including ATV and what I'm calling a trespass road, because that's the way our zoning bylaw refers to it, which is that portion of Deo Drive that leaves the right of way. Its maintenance and its safety are a concern. They need better drawings and surveys for the proposed development. The EIS is not peer reviewed. Separation of accessory buildings from a dwelling. Potential for consents to sever. Trails cut on the subject lands. This is a dangerous precedent. The proposed development has not changed, and the PJR does not justify the proposed OPA. The District of Muskoka planning staff are not opposed to the proposed development if the township is satisfied there is adequate access to the subject lands and the wetlands and type 1 fish habitats identified on the subject lands by the EIS are protected. And the township CBO was the only one of senior management who wrote, and she has no concerns. The natural constraints on the subject lands have been a topic of discussion. And if you can see, I'm circling the nearest type 1 fish habitat to the proposed dwelling in the proposed backlot residential zone. The proposed backlot residential zone is approximately, the building envelope is approximately here. That is a 130-meter approximate setback distance. That's well beyond the 120-meter setback that makes it adjacent to that type 1 fish habitat. Additionally, the potential type 1 fish habitat identified by the EIS is this water course flowing to the south and east from the subject lands to the crown lands adjacent to the east. That is a potential warm water type 1 fishery. It is approximately 240 meters from the building envelope proposed on the backlot residential zone. None of these wetlands in this area are designated as environmentally protected. They are all general wetlands, and therefore the adjacent lands are 30 meters, whereas the BR zone is approximately 40 meters from each of them. However, that being said, because there are not detailed drawings surveying at this point the outline of that BR zone, the BR zone does include that natural buffers shall be maintained where it does come within 30 meters. So in other words, if at the site plan control stage, we find that there is a meter or so, or 10 meters within any distance of any of these general wetlands, then there would be setback requirements. There's also been a great deal of concern about Myers Lake water quality and the proposed development. And while it is true when our official plan was written in 2014 that Myers Lake was over threshold and any development was subject to special policies, that is no longer the case. The District of Muskoka monitoring program has shown that Myers Lake is one of the most improved lakes in the district and is in fact not vulnerable under the current Muskoka official plan designation for recreational water quality, where our official plan does not yet properly conform to the new policies of the Muskoka official plan. When I requested district staff translate the last data sheet for Myers Lake, which was 2023, to our system, which is an over threshold, high, moderate, low, they said it would be a low, which means there are no special policies that impact the proposed development. In terms of natural hazards, I myself was quite surprised that there is little to no forest fire hazard on the subject lands. It is a remarkable circumstance, which I assume has to do with groundwater levels that must be quite close to the surface. The MOP, GBOP, and Georgian Bay zoning bylaw deal with this land in various ways. And essentially, the district planners, the consulting planner who is not the agent, and that addresses one of the matters that the public has raised. The public is concerned that there is a differing opinion between the district planners, the consulting planner for the applicant, and myself. In my opinion, our official plan is clear. Through its open space policies in the waterfront designation, these lands, which were originally placed in the OS1 zone in 2014, are designated waterfront, and they take that open space zone from the open space policies in the waterfront designation. Subsection C5 of our official plan is also very clear. Our designations don't overlap. The settlement area open space policies do not apply to the waterfront open space policies, and vice versa. The waterfront open space policies are unique to the waterfront designation. The rural designation, which also does not overlap, although there is no hard boundary on any of our maps between the waterfront and the rural designation, unlike the boundary that exists between our settlement areas and the rural and waterfront designations. Those designations do not overlap, and there are actually no open space policies within lands rurally designated. And so the zoning would not be supported if my colleagues' opinions bore out to be appropriate. So in that case, the original proposed development, I'm sorry, I meant to show something after this slide. The abbreviated background is that there was a public meeting on December 10th, and at that time, a lot of this information was included in the staff report that I've just reviewed. On January 7th, the Director of Planning made an interpretation that made more strong the prohibition for backlot residential development on private roads, and necessitated an official plan amendment be made to support the rezoning application that was previously independently made. On February 4th, Township Council met to consider that and also receive answers to their questions, which very much overlap some of the questions and comments that the public has made now in their most recent submissions. And at that time, Council was given answers regarding the validity of the OS1 zone versus the natural state conservation zone on the subject and adjacent lands. What are the requirements of the OS1 zone? What is a private park? An overview of the OS1 zones and of the backlot residential zones elsewhere in the township. And I've attached this again to this presentation, although my report simply refers back to the earlier report, because again, many of the comments that were made by the public matched Council's concerns and questions and requests for information at the second public meeting. The OS1 zone, as discussed by the public, permits conservation and passive outdoor recreation. However, the OS1 zone also includes public parks and accessory structures, private parks, and conservation education. I will say that additionally, for some unknown reason, all of our golf courses, although they are not permitted in the OS1 zone, are currently located in site-specific OS1 zones, regardless of the OS2 zone. We, as the current staff, have no explanation for that. The OS1 zone, and you can see that there's a footnote associated with it, does set out standards for yards, for maximum building heights, for maximum lot coverage, and for minimum landscaped open space. And when you read the footnotes, those footnotes apply to public parks and to private parks. And so in the case of the OS1 zone that exists on these lands, if a landowner, the current owner or a future owner, applied for a zoning certificate for a private park, we would need to give that private park permission. There would be no public meeting. There would be no application to council. It would simply go to the building department. And a private park is defined in the zoning bylaw as an open space or recreational other than a public park operated on a commercial and or private member basis, which includes one or more of the following facilities or activities. And then there's areas for walking, et cetera, accessory residential, recreational, such as picnic, tennis courts, bowling greens, skating rinks, athletic fields. But again, both of those are inclusive, and therefore it's describing similar types of uses as well, and parking lots accessory to the foregoing. The OS1 zone lands that apply on these lands, and you can see a black dot where the approximate BR zone is proposed on the subject lands. are part of a larger complex of open space lands that appear to be associated with the waterfront area of the lakes, including Myers Lake and the lakes to the south and the east. You will also see the shoreline residential zones, which are shown in gray, actually go all the way between Myers Lake and the lakes to the north. Generally speaking, those open space lands are in private ownership, unlike many of the other parts where you will see on Georgian Bay that large clubs or organizations own the OS1 zone. And those clubs or organizations have very clear intent and purpose to preserve those lands regardless of what the zoning bylaw says. Also, Bosley Island, Georgian Bay Islands National Park, and all of its lands on Georgian Bay are also included in the township's OS1 zone as a public park. Most of the open space 1 zones do not permit dwellings. The Ontario Municipal Board did approve OS1 Site-Specific Exception 12, which does, on a private road, permit a dwelling. It didn't influence me. However, there is a private dwelling located just to the north, which I'm circling with my cursor, just to the north of the subject lands on Deo Drive, which is in the OS1 zone and has existed on this private road for decades. Another comment is that the application hasn't changed. And the reason that we are at a third public meeting is that there have been 3 distinct stages in the proposed development. Originally, the proposed rezoning was for the lands to go to a site-specific rural exception. And that was based upon the consulting planners and the district planner's opinion that it was in the rural designation in this municipality. In my opinion, that zone is not justified because, again, in my opinion, this is in the waterfront designation. That site-specific rural designation was for a natural resource center or research center, as well as a dwelling. It would have also permitted other rural land uses on those lands. Upon my involvement, I was able to convince the applicant to reconsider their application and to reduce, and public input and council input, and to reduce what they were proposing to a site-specific backlot residential zone that was originally over the same lands that were intended to be within the rural zone. And finally, most recently, with, again, public comments, my input, council's input, the applicant has further reduced the lands to be in the BR zone to a small part of the lands in approximately the northeast corner of the subject property. With the balance of the lands to be put into the natural state conservation zone for the first time, which is clearly where the public has believed these lands always were located, and many councillors. The public was concerned that there were insufficient details and drawings provided with this rezoning application. Originally, there was a drawing that was provided on the far left-hand side of this slide, which showed the entire lands to be in the rural zone and the buildings to be associated with the natural research center and dwelling. Subsequently, with the conversion to a backlot residential dwelling, the applicant submitted a picture of a dwelling which they aspire to. However, it is not a concept. So unlike other rezoning applications where the applicant has submitted a concept, this is only an example. It is not the proposed dwelling. Additionally, the applicant is responding to township replies to their application. And at the second public meeting, the bottom right-hand corner of the slide shows a proposed area for a building envelope where the proposed area that is now the proposed backlot residential zone is in red on the aerial photograph. The building envelope is in dark gray, and as you can see, the zoning bylaw requires it be set back from a trespass portion of Deo Drive that crosses those lands to be rezoned backlot residential. And then an approximately 85 square meter GFA blue outline on that air photo, which might be the location of a dwelling. The reason I positioned it there is it's closest to where the original proposed dwelling was to be located in that building envelope. However, there is no limitation that would say it could not be further to the south and or west within that building envelope. Throughout this process, I've made clear that my preliminary opinions are that this development is supportable. The one change in the preliminary opinions has been this notion that there is a site-specific official plan amendment required to allow for backlot residential development on a private road. And so that is why we are here at this third public meeting and why I'm looking forward to council considering this resolution, that council for the Township of Georgian Bay accept all of the information presented at this third public meeting on August 12th, 2025, regarding development of the subject lands proposed by a new official plan amendment and an updated zoning bylaw amendment, applications number O2502 and number Z2313. Refer all the information and comments from the public to township staff for further discussion with the owner and anyone who commented, and township staff shall not schedule the next meeting of council to evaluate the application until after the comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that review, Mr. Kratky. A lot of it sounded somewhat familiar, as I'm sure you're appreciated, but it's an ongoing file. With that, I'm going to turn to the applicant and ask whether the applicant wishes to make any remarks at this time. This is a public meeting, and so the public are allowed to comment, and I usually give first turn to the applicant, if the applicant is so inclined. And I see that one of the microphones has already been left on for you, if you're sure.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Jeff for his presentation because it was very thorough. It answered a lot of the questions that the public were concerned about, and it kept in the spirit of planning laws and regulations. We have done a considerable amount of reduction in our original proposal, and we've compromised to reflect the concerns of the residents. And I also think a big concern that the residents have is the trail that goes over the outcrop, that may be blocked off or denied access. And I just wanted to let everyone know that I have no intentions of doing that. You go over the outcrop, you carry on access into ground land. So my intentions weren't to take anything away, but was to preserve, and then for my benefit with regards to a dwelling, utilize the property for my own personal research and keep it at that. So it's basically my own legacy, more or less, that I'm going to leave, and for my own benefit. And our surveys are very limited in nature, where I have biologists come up and they just identify certain things, very limited. We don't have a lot of traffic coming in, for lack of a better word there. It's just something that my wife and I have undertaken. So anyhow, I just wanted to alleviate any concerns of any of not being allowed to go into any of the back properties in the ground land there, which I believe is your concern. Water quality, etc., everything is flowing to the south with the watershed, so we don't have to worry about any environmental issues for the lake. Traffic, I noticed the garbage trucks are going in and out at quite a rapid pace, and it's the traffic is normal traffic, so the traffic is not going to be increased for our limited time that I'm going to be up there. And our purpose of the property is seasonal in nature, not a permanent thing. So, and I'm quite busy with other ventures that I have, so I'm not going to be there full time going in and out, and there's not going to be other people going in and out. It's just basically our seasonal, whether it be summer, spring, fall, winter. Those were our intentions all along. But it's a beautiful property for research. Jeff said it's a unique property. It's extremely unique property, which is why I purchased it in the first place.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this? Anybody online? Okay, I think what I'll probably do is alternate between in-house and online, because I think we also have a few people online, but please go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Pam Jordan. I live at 241 Wesley Road on Myers Lake. I appreciate the hard work that the council and the planners have put into this. And I know what's been said in the letters and our objections, but I still have to say it again. Myers Lake is a very heavily populated lake. It's a very small lake. It's a very shallow lake, unusually shallow lake. 10 years ago, we were endangered in the fact that we were over threshold and sensitive. Today, Jeff tells me that we aren't. I do the water quality testing on that lake, and I can tell you, I believe that we're on the brink of changes at any given week when I do the testing. Twice this summer, we've had alarming tests. So my point in saying this is that we could be a development away from change, from going the path that we don't want to go, from changing our lake. I know you councillors have listened to everybody and made your decisions, but I have to say, once we go over thresholds of development on the water, on backlots, on surrounding watersheds, you don't know all the answers, and we can't go back from that once we go forward in that direction. That's my concern. It is emotional for me. It's about what the township of Georgian Bay and our lakes and our living here is all about. I thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Mr. Solala online, would you like to speak on this matter?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've got some technical issues at my end here. I'm Peter Solala. I'm a resident at Myers Lake at 151 Wesley Road. These applications, 025-02 and Z23-13, they're not minor adjustments. They seek to override a cornerstone of your official plan, in particular, section F 3.3.4.1, which clearly prohibits backlot development on private roads. Now, the applicant isn't asking for clarification. They're asking you to dismantle a long-standing protection to allow residential development where it's explicitly not permitted. But the real danger here is not just what could be built on one lot, it's what council could lose by saying yes. So first, you risk losing the credibility of your planning framework. Approving this exception signals that core policies are open to negotiation. Future applicants, whether it's on Myers Lake or across Georgian Bay, they'll cite this as precedent to justify similar backlot development on private roads. Second, you risk losing public trust. In just 2 weeks, over 50 residents have signed a petition opposing these amendments, not to target one property owner, but to oppose inappropriate changes to long-standing backlot policy without public consultation. This plan was built through years of community input. Changing it for a single application without township-wide engagement, it tells residents that foundational rules can be rewritten behind closed doors for private convenience. Third, you risk environmental harm with no recourse. Pam Jordan mentioned this. Myers Lake in the plan is still officially designated as high sensitivity and over threshold. There's no updated phosphorus study. There's no cumulative impact analysis. There's no independent peer-reviewed environmental review to justify altering that classification. So if water quality declines, then the question is going to be, where was the science? Why was this allowed? And finally, you set a dangerous precedent that weakens your ability to say no in the future. The claim that this lot is not new, that's semantics. This would be the first residential dwelling here. Approving it sends the message that private road backlots are fair game and that erodes safeguards across the township. In my view, this proposal offers no public benefit. There's no affordable housing, there's no infrastructure upgrade, there's no ecological offset. Any genuine research or conservation activities, as suggested in the applicant's EIS, they can already be done under the current open space zoning without a house, without site alteration, and without rewriting the plan. But what you'll lose by approving it is lasting. The integrity of your policies, the protection of a sensitive lake ecosystem, and last but not least, the trust of your community. The policies are clear, the risks are high, the precedent is dangerous. So I respectfully urge you to uphold your official plan, reject these applications, and protect both the ecological future of Myers Lake and the planning integrity of the Township of Georgian Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any member in the room here like to speak further to this matter? Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Weir. My husband and I reside at 41 Wesley Road on Myers Lake. I want to thank everyone for listening to our comments and concerns. And Peter, we totally agree with what he just stated, and he signed the petition along with the other 50 residents. We continue to oppose the application for 65 Dale Drive and any rezoning to accommodate building structures on this property. Our position on this hasn't changed over the past year. We were here last August as well. If exceptions are made to the official plan for this applicant, it will open the door to all other backlot owners around our lake and throughout Georgian Bay Township to seek similar exceptions and build. There will be no legitimate rationale for the township to reject future requests from other owners if this application is approved. Given the majority of residents are objecting to this application, clearly it is not minor, inconsequential, or beneficial to anyone but the owner. The onus is ultimately on all real estate buyers to ensure the property they buy meets their needs. If the owner's intention was to one day build a residence, they should have purchased a property already zoned for residential purposes. It isn't the responsibility of the township or other residents to accommodate the wishes of one person, especially when it comes to changing the official plan. If anyone can come along, buy a property for a relatively low price, $100,000 to $150,000, and then get granted special exemptions after the fact, it will diminish the purpose of the official plan and erode long-term conservation efforts, which are the benefit of all of us. The Ontario Land Tribunal demonstrated in their recent decision regarding Skeleton Lake that they support the townships of Muskoka District in upholding their official plans. We respectfully ask Council to adhere to the official plan and once again decline this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else online? Apparently nobody else online, so I'm going straight back to the room. Anyone else wish to make any comments? I'm going to do that going once, going twice thing. All right, with that, we're going to turn it over to Council. Council, any of my colleagues here wish to make any comments on this file? I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. A couple of questions that I'd like to address, have addressed by our planning department. That I'm unsure of some of the statements that have been made. In the township of Georgian Bay, backlot development on private roads has taken place, and this would not be a precedent. And I'll give you a few examples. Heath Valley Trail, which was a private road, and there was backlot development done on that private road. Since that time, the township has assumed that road and there's been even further development on that road. So my first question is, would this be precedent setting, or has there been other backlot development in the township?
Thank you, Councillor. From a land use planning perspective, staff do not look at precedents. We look at the merits of each and every application. I do acknowledge that the Ontario Land Tribunal as a quasi-judicial body is beginning to assign more weight to precedents than perhaps planners might like. That being said, again, any application that we would bring to council is not relying on precedent. It will always rely upon the merits of the application.
Okay, and secondly, I'm having trouble understanding what a backlot is, because as far as I knew, backlots were not fronted by water. In every case that I've ever seen a backlot, there was a waterfront property and then a road and then a property that did not or was not fronted by water. In this case here, from what I see by the mapping, this property is fronted by water. So what makes it a backlot?
So I guess if you argued that the wetland itself that is contained within the property is a water area, which one might argue, then yes, you could consider this to be waterfront. That has not been the approach that I've taken so far, and it certainly is contrary to the approach of the consulting planner and the district planners who are considering these lands primarily rural. So my answer to you is, thus far, it has not been considered waterfront, attributing to those wetlands, one of which is included entirely within it. I, as a municipal planner, would not make that argument, but I can see how it could be considered.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pritko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a couple of questions to our planner, and just a comment, first of all, that I appreciate your highlighting of the transition from the application being rural to OS1 or from OS1 to rural and then to NSC. I think that NSC designation does provide some additional restrictions and lack of acceptable uses for the property. And moving the building envelope from the center of the piece of land to the corner, I think, is also a benefit. But again, my questions and concerns, and we've talked before about the backlot residential designation and just the definitions that are in our zoning bylaws about it being 5 hectares or greater. And this envelope is obviously much smaller than that. And as well, the private road versus municipal roads. And I'm just wondering if you can highlight those distinctions and why you think that backlot residential is appropriate in this instance.
Sure. So in terms of the 5 hectare minimum, this lot far exceeds that minimum. And our understanding as staff of the bylaw is that because our bylaw does allow a lot to have multiple zones, it requires the zone itself to state, which there are a few of our zones that do, although backlot residential is not one of them. It requires that zone to state that all of those lands must be within that zone. So in this case, the reduction below the 5 hectares is strictly a response to the public and council desire to reduce the potential building envelope on these lands and increase the natural state conservation zone, as well as lower the risk of a future consent to sever application, because you may recall one of the original proposals was that the dwelling in the Natural Research Center would be essentially where the BR zone is now proposed, but there would also be accessory buildings on the other parcels separated by Deo Drive. And I believe a number of the members of the public and council made the comment, well, doesn't that just kind of set it up for severances? And so, again, that was position that I took with the applicant, and that the applicant has responded by reducing the proposed lands in the BR zone to reflect that public comment.
Microphone.
And I don't think before we have talked about that there's a property on Deo Drive at the other end that is not on the waterfront, and you just highlighted it in your map. Do you have any other details that you can share on that?
So it is actually part of the detailed discussion in my previous report that went to council earlier this year, which was a meeting in public, but not a public meeting per se under the Planning Act. And certainly that report can be linked and gathered by anyone. But essentially, my understanding is that that residence predates the subdivision that predates this municipality of these lands, and that residence was included in the OS1 zone in the 1991 official plan and zoning bylaw when this first approach to open space designation by zoning was adopted. And that when they created the subdivision on Myers Lake, there was actually a lot which is still in good standing and could be sold at any time that is between that dwelling and Myers Lake. So that makes that dwelling meet the definition in both the MOP, the Georgian Bay official plan, and the Georgian Bay zoning bylaw meet the definition of backlot residential, because it is separated by either a lot or a road. And essentially, there are instances in Muskoka and in Georgian Bay where a road might actually cross the end of a lake, perhaps crossing a stream or outflow of some sort, where the road goes away from the water's edge, and where there may be dwellings that are shoreline residential on either side of the road, as well as dwellings that are backlot residential on either side of the road. And in those cases, the definitions are clear that those dwellings that are separated by a lot from the water's edge are backlot residential.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Graziano, welcome back.
Thank you. And through your worship, I believe that Councillor Jarvis was before me, but
go ahead, no problem.
Oh, excellent. I maybe not anything that's going to change the calculus currently in this matter right now, but I'm having a really hard time getting beyond the community's concerns. I don't believe, based on our clerk's count, that there was anyone locally that has supported this application to date. Perhaps I was incorrect, but I do understand that there's been a petition amongst many comments objecting to this particular application. I'm having a really tough time getting beyond this. And, you know, throughout the course of my tenure here on council, I've always advocated for you to make nice with your neighbors and try to figure things out. I don't believe that this matter will endeavor to get to that point. However, with that said, based on comments here today, I don't think we have enough information to satisfy you know, a position for me yet. I believe that is going to be coming specifically as you've advised, some more information specifically on or data with regards to its compliance and what that looks like. So I do look forward to subsequent meetings, but as it stands right now, I'm having a really tough time. You know, I'd like to see the community come together and either find a solution and or take a position one way or another. And it's clear that there is a position been drawn so far to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis, my apologies.
Accepted to you to the planning department. Jeff, these are points of clarification, I think, for me, for everybody else. This is a backlot because there is property between it and the lake. Is that correct or not correct?
That is correct. There is an entire row of shoreline residentially zoned properties with dwellings on them that I believe are from the late 1960s and were immediately included in the recreational zone in the first 1972, 1971 official plan and zoning bylaw, and subsequently in the shoreline residential zones in the 1991 and the 2014 official plan and zoning bylaw.
So this is a backlot.
The notion of backlot I don't think came about until the 1991 version. But certainly, yes, since 1991, my position, my interpretation, subject to what Councillor Bocek mentioned today, which I've not previously considered, is that this would be a backlot.
Yeah, I mean, certainly relative to Myers Lake proper, it would be a backlot. Okay, we have an OP in place. We have zoning bylaws. Unlike laws, say, under the Highway Traffic Act and stuff like that, people can appeal to do things that are above and beyond what is listed in our OP and our zoning bylaws, and that's what's going on here, correct? Everybody's within their right, any property owner is within their right to ask for relief from any of these, from the OP or from the ZBL, correct?
Correct. And the public's perspective that the planning justification report didn't provide the owner with the information they required is a valid point. The planner who Mr. Weiss hired, and each planner formulates their independent opinion on a development application, maintains his position that these lands are in the rural designation. The district staff have maintained their position that these lands are in the rural designation. I am the lone voice based upon our official plan that says, no, these lands are part of the waterfront because they are in the OS1 zone, and our waterfront open space policies in the waterfront designation include them as part of that water body, that complex of water bodies. And as I showed on that map that I included in the last meeting before council and earlier in this meeting, there are some extensively large setbacks from the water's edge that are included in those areas, especially on Georgian Bay where the clubs are involved. But in this instance as well, and this is unique compared to those Georgian Bay situations, where these existing lots of record that are currently within the OS1 zone and the open space policies in the waterfront are privately held. And while there is no precedent being set by this application, I think the public's comments are valid in that what happens with these other properties. And I think what the work that I've done shows is that our open space zones need work in our upcoming official plan review and update and zoning bylaw review and update. And I think we appreciate that. But at the same time, Mr. Weiss is relying upon my advice that this is backlot residential waterfront designation that he is proposing, and he has applied based upon my opinions that council has received at previous meetings that is the case.
One further question, if it's okay with that, Mayor. And it's a concern, and I share the concerns of the residents of the lake in that we've seen in other circumstances within the district, not here, where backlot properties have been opened up to a significant extent and have been created, again, significant concerns with other residents on certain other Muskoka lakes. And I'm wondering, I understand the concept that this is not precedent setting from the standpoint of our planning department. We all understand how the OMB has been handling appeals recently, and that is a concern all by itself. Is there, by virtue of allowing this, if we were to do so, would there be potential for further opening up of backlot development in and around Myers Lake by virtue of us approving this? Or would it, I mean, it would have to go through the planning process anyway, but it wouldn't stop others from doing exactly the same thing, correct?
It would not. And in my opinion, and here's one of the fundamental differences between my opinion and my district colleagues, in my opinion, the current landowners of these open space 1 zones all have legal access to their lands today. They can drive in and out every single day and be on their lands. Nothing stops them. Adding a dwelling is not a significant increase of traffic on those private roads, in my opinion. But it is my opinion only. What I will say is that I have a great concern about our open space 1 zones permission as of right for private parks. And there is no question that a private park on these large lots could be extensive and intensive and might include parking lots and other improvements that would go very contrary to the notion of preserving these lands and create a great deal of traffic on these private roads. And I think that I am, as a planner, more concerned with what we've actually given permission for to take place on these lands, as opposed to this proposed development.
Can I ask one final question? Thank you very much. With, again, and the big if here is if we were to allow this development to proceed as it has been proposed, would the landowner then have an option later on to seek further expansion of development of the property that he is developing? Could he come back to us for enlarging, for instance, the building that he is proposing? And or conversely, could he add to the property other buildings? He's come to us with that proposition as well. Nothing would stop him, I presume.
So both of the site-specific exception zones that are being requested at this time do prohibit any severances and do limit, in the case of the backlot residential zone, the size of the dwelling to 85 square meters gross floor area. And I've actually cautioned Mr. Weiss on a number of occasions regarding his decision to make his request to you so modest. Because no, I as a planner would not positively receive, in the case of site-specific exception zones that were so clearly intended for a particular purpose, revisions to be requested by future applications. That being said, there's nothing guaranteeing that I would be the planner who receives those applications. And there is absolutely nothing in the Planning Act in Ontario that stops any person or owner from applying for anything on any lands. So while staff in the past may have unfortunately said things that the public has discussed in their presentations, I don't think anyone can ever commit that anything, with the exception of archaeologically significant sites, which fall under different legislation, will be protected with 100% certainty. I know that Wasaga Beach right now is dealing with the province's proposal to develop a provincial park. So as a planner, I will never tell you there's a 100% certainty that someone will not apply for more on lands. But I will say that it is a planner's duty to the public and to council to consider the application's merits at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the report. And to the public, we've had a lot of very, very positive and interesting input. I just wanted to say that when I look at something like this, I think about our strategic plan and the intent of our strategic plan in terms of the environment being number one. And when I put that front and center, I think about whether an open space property, the intent certainly in more recent years, in the OP or in the zoning bylaws, was that it be open space and not developed. So that's where I sort of land. I feel that anybody can apply, of course, but what is our job here as councillors? And I believe our job is to take care of the intent of the official plan and the environment. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Jeff, I apologize. I may have gone to the bathroom when you were articulating this, but how are we reconciling the whole private land ownership and crossing over that land in this particular situation. It's very much reminiscent of something on 6 Mile Lake and an application on 6 Mile Lake. And I understand that the land and the road for this particular applicant, he would have to cross over that road, which is owned by the by an association. Is this not correct?
No. So again, the association has legal rights of way, and this has been looked at by both the township solicitor and a solicitor employed by one of the members of the public who kindly shared their opinion with council, I'm going to say, at the second public meeting. There are legal rights of way for all of the landowners, whether they're on the waterfront or I'll call it the backlot open space 1 zones, on the various private roads that include Wesley and Deo Drive. Those rights of way cross land owned by various individuals beneath those rights of way. However, those rights of way grant that access. And there was some concern earlier on in this application from the public with respect to locations where the existing improved section of Deo Drive differs from the rights of way.
Mm-hmm.
And again, both solicitors agreed that that was not an issue that they had any concern with. And our zoning bylaw, in fact, anticipates it both for private and public roads, where we describe what's called a trespass road. And we take the setbacks from that trespass road as opposed to from the right of way where that road should be located. And so as you may recall on the slide that I showed that shows the building envelope, there's a lot of the building envelope of the proposed BR zone that's taken away by the setback from the trespass portion of Deo Drive across those lands. And then I think the second part of your question may be addressing whether there's any limitation that we are aware of for the use access. Is that what part of it?
So I guess where I'm confused is I had the opportunity to visit the area, and I understand that there was a right of way for road use, but that road has now since been not maintained. That there was a former road that allowed passage. That road has been overgrown and unfortunately not accessible any longer. However, there was a new road created by the community specifically to service the water access and the waterfront properties. Maybe perhaps I'm incorrect, and from a planning perspective, and this is where my question arises: is there any hindrance with respect to this particular applicant's property, and are there any legal matters that may arise from granting him the ability to develop as per his application, whereby he would be crossing over private lands in order to satisfy or service that property?
There are trespass sections of Wesley and Deo Drive that cross over private lands outside of the right of way. The township solicitor and the subsequent solicitor that provided comments to council via one of the members of the public agreed that that is not, does not diminish the rights granted by the rights of way. And so there are many instances in Muskoka District where unfortunately roads were not built where they should be.
Thank you.
Or perhaps rocks were put not where you wanted them. I want to start with a question that is sort of theoretical, and I'd be interested in your response. And that is, when we grant site-specific zoning to a property owner, any property, not just this one, are they free to ask for a variance sometime in the future through the Committee of Adjustment, or do they have to come back to council because it was the council that set the original limitation? And if in this case, for instance, we're talking about 85 square meter dwelling, I believe. If the current owner, or let's say a future owner, came and said, well, they want to expand that to 100 meter square dwelling, let's say, inside the building envelope, all that good stuff. But we have put site-specific zoning on it that says 85 square meters. Do they have to come to council to get that, I'll call it expansion, or can they go to the Committee of Adjustment?
So a small expansion such as that would typically be considered through a minor variance application. It would go to the Committee of Adjustment. However, again, under subsection 45(1) of the Planning Act, one of the very important tests is that it be in keeping with the intent and purpose of the official plan. And by giving a site-specific policy exception to allow for private road access, council is not giving a site-specific exception to the notion of how these lands are planned. And these lands are in the open space designation of the plan. And while a very modest expansion, so I don't know, they're under construction and they build the wall in the wrong spot and it makes the entire dwelling a number of square meters larger. Absolutely, that is definitely a possible minor variance that might satisfy the tests under the Planning Act. But if it's strictly about some future expansion, given the very extensive public process here and given the fact that the final staff report that goes to council will be attached as an appendix to the official plan amendment. And that appendix will include all of the documentation, including the public's comments and concerns. I would say that a planner would need to be very cautious in coming to the opinion that expansion for expansion's sake would meet that test of it being in keeping with the official plan of the Township of Georgian Bay.
I think maybe you anticipated my next question, but I'm going to ask it nonetheless, because we've had examples in the past where people have come here and they've asked for changes to the current site-specific plans. And we have found we were not 100% certain of the history of why the original site-specific plans were in place. So to me, what that says, you know, if we were to grant an approval here, we'd have to make sure that everything was adequately documented for somebody 20 years down the road or 40 years down the road understood why this restriction was put in place. And you're saying that that will now be part of the documentation, be attached to the title, so to, and all that good stuff, so that the mysteries will be more readily solved in the future than they have been, as we've experienced in the past here. You know, we don't know why they made a decision back in the last century or whenever the heck it was.
Well, I think part of the decision, as someone who's been in the planning field a long time, I mean, I remember the days of preparing reports using a typewriter, and at that point in time, it was challenging to make changes to include multiple attachments. The size and the size of our documents has ever increased with expanding and improving technology. And with our almost unlimited cloud storage now, we really are not limited in any way, shape, or form. Because again, 20 years ago, we were still limited by the hard storage capacity of computers. And so we didn't want to burn up all that space with massive attachments. Today, we're not limited in that way. So I'm not going to say anything more than my expectation is the reason we're able to be more thorough today is simply because we can.
Thank you. You know, and now more to this specific application, I will admit that I have, I'm somewhat torn. And I appreciate the fact that as we've been, you know, this is not the first time this has been in front of us, and it won't be the last, because we're not making a decision here. We're asking you to come back with a recommendation. I do appreciate very much that the ask is significantly less than what it was before, that it's getting very, I'll call it narrowed down, and that perhaps I also, and maybe this is an editorial, but I think it's a more honest application than the original one, and I appreciate that. And that's my interpretation. It may not be the case, but that's the way I interpret it. But I also am very concerned about the backlot development idea. I mean, we know that there's a few others that would agree with me on this one, that backlot development is in principle something that this township for decades has not encouraged, unless it's on a public road where it's like a suburban development, so to speak. I don't know if we can use that word in this township, but I did. And that kind of makes sense. And so I think we have to be very careful if we're going to consider an exception, and we have lots of exceptions to various rules in this township simply because we have such challenging geography. That if we were to consider an exception, that it'd have to be very tightly worded, controlled, documented. And as I say, to be honest, I have not made up my final mind, but I am very conscious of the challenges presented by this application. Can I put it that way? I think it's a very, in some ways, it's a very modest application. In other ways, it's a significant application. And damn it, the job isn't always easy. And I'll leave it at that.
So, if I may answer, yourself and other councillors today and the public have made clear that they are concerned about that kind of an issue. And I'm not certain if the applicant would be supportive of this, but it wouldn't affect either having a future public meeting, because it's not a significant change, it's a change arising from this meeting, nor would it require a new application, because there is already an official plan amendment application before council. But certainly there is the opportunity to specifically include in the policy environment the notion that the dwelling that's to be allowed on the back lot is no more than 85 square meters GFA. So if that gives council additional comfort and the public additional comfort that what is being proposed today is what is being proposed, that is certainly something that can be done.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I'm intrigued with your comments that you're not influenced by precedent. I'm more concerned that the Ontario Land Tribunal is becoming more and more influenced by precedent. And this, to me, is a huge precedent. And sorry, I was being quiet there because I was scanning through our zoning map in my ward, Honey Harbor, looking at all of the possibilities of backlot development that are on roads that are not on waterfront. And it scares the hell out of me that if this goes ahead and OLT is looking at precedents, it's going to open up a big can of worms for our township. So I'm really concerned about that. Help me understand here something. If there was no building, would there be a problem?
I'm going to leave the second part of your question till later. I think the first part of your question is a very easy answer. The Ontario Land Tribunal, much like a court, although it is not a court and it is only quasi-judicial, but it's begun to be informed in terms of precedent by other tribunal decisions and court decisions that may be similar. It is not, as far as I understand it, taking any council decisions as precedent setting. So again, to my mind, what comes before council, what leaves council, should be judged on its merits. That is true of the Committee of Adjustment as well. The second part of your question is much more difficult to answer. And I mean, I think your question is, does this provide an example as opposed to a precedent that other landowners might pursue? And the answer is yes. As an example for somebody making an application and later an additional application, this is an example, but examples are just that. They're examples. We have lots of examples on our website trying to help people fill out applications. We also give people guidance through pre-application consultations. But an example is not the fulsome review that planning staff do, and it is also not certainly the discussion that takes place with the public or ultimately the decision that council makes. So I think my comment is yes, any application that is made to council is an example, but no, that is not a precedent.
If I may, or what I'm trying to get at is, if there wasn't an application to do backlot development, if the applicant only wanted to use his open space property for the research uses that he claims that he wants to use it for, all of that is covered in the current and allowed in the current open space designation. Is that correct?
I'm going to answer that in two ways. So the original proposal, no. The original proposal included physical elements, a classroom and other things associated with the research center. The current situation where planning staff, including myself, have determined that it is an activity that any of the private landowners on Myers Lake, or for that matter, anywhere else in the municipality, might undertake, where the owner has, I believe it's Ontario Nature, who's conducting surveys along with the Georgian Bay Biosphere and a few other associations and organizations. No, those activities are not land uses, and those activities, much the way an environmental impact study, are activities that can take place in any zone within this municipality. And so, no, I don't think that this proposal, as it now exists, adds any activities to the land uses that would be permitted. And those natural studies would still be permitted in the natural state conservation. However, what would not be permitted in the natural state conservation is a private park. So the private park would be off the table. And I know the owner at one point was talking about cross-country skiing or riding or whatever on trails for private clubs. Those would not be permitted in the natural state conservation. But access to the lands by the owner, by his invitees onto his lands, just as with any other landowner, would be allowed.
It's currently zoned open space?
Sorry?
It's currently zoned open space, OS1?
That's correct.
So in OS1, can you do all this conservation stuff?
Absolutely. It is one of the permitted uses.
Okay, so what I'm trying to net out here is, if the owner truly wants to do conservation, he can do anything he wants from a conservation standpoint today under his OS1 zoning, but he wants to build a residence of some kind on this, on some part of the property. And so he wants to carve out a section of the property and build a residence.
Yes.
Okay. Could he build a tent temporarily on the current open space, like a 28-day tent?
No.
Why not?
Our open space zone doesn't allow for part of a private park. So he would first need to have a private park that included campsites. He could not have his own campsite without a private park.
And what's involved in creating a private park?
That's a very good question. From our zoning bylaws perspective, it would require, again, that there be the ability for members, not just the owner, to partake in that kind of activity that is permitted on the lands. From a licensing perspective, again, that's a separate matter which Councillor Bochek's raised on other issues, and this municipality, to my knowledge, has not yet chosen to require operating licenses of private parks. That's something that the municipal council can always consider under the Municipal Act.
So just to kind of be clear so I get it, the only reason we're talking about this in the first place is he wants to build a cottage on a section of this OS1 property so that he doesn't have to drive from some other place to come and do his research.
Yes, but beyond that, he wants to have a dwelling that he can stay in and sleep in beyond doing research.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
All right. Councilors, any other comments or questions? All right. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay accepts all information presented at the third public meeting on August 12th, 2025 regarding the development of the subject lands proposed by new official plan amendment and an updated zoning bylaw amendment application number O25-02 and number Z23-13. And refers all information and comments to township staff for further discussion with the owner and anyone who commented. And township staff shall not schedule the next meeting of council to evaluate the application until after comments are addressed. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And I'm going to suggest, because we got another one that might take a little bit of time, and it's the same planner, that we take a 10-minute break, stretch our legs, and resume at 11:45 on docks. So next on our list is zoning bylaw amendment file Z25-05, proposed temporary use for docks in Georgian Bay water levels. I feel almost like this is another deja vu all over again file, but here we go. To our clerk, has anybody written to us about this?
Yes. I have one letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating district staff have no objection to the approval of the above noted application. I have two letters expressing questions and concerns, which were received from Elizabeth Halpenny and Peter Folds, and one letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that she has no comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kratky, it's you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with your permission, I will share my screen. Mr. Mayor, councilors, everyone in attendance here and online. My name is Jeff Kratky, and I'm a registered professional planner with the Township of Georgian Bay, and we're discussing a public meeting regarding a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment to permit potential dock and ramp extensions on Georgian Bay due to water levels. The last time there was such a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment in the Township of Georgian Bay was during 2013 to 2015. And during the time that temporary use zoning bylaw was in effect, the water levels on Georgian Bay were actually quite similar to where they are today. However, before that temporary use zoning bylaw amendment took effect, the water levels were at record lows in a number of months, and certainly well below where the levels are today. The most recent forecasts from the Canadian government for Georgian Bay water levels, and again, Georgian Bay is of course part of Lake Huron, Michigan, which is in fact one water body. The current forecasts continue to show the likelihood that Georgian Bay will drop and continue to drop well below its typical mean average over the 100+ years of record keeping that is shown in the gray line. The black line that's wavy is the current levels most recently recorded, and the blue dotted line and the red dotted line are the range of potential water levels for Georgian Bay, with that forecast generally showing Georgian Bay falling towards the 176, which is the 0 on the navigation scale. My report included most of this information, but over the last few days of July, the water levels on Georgian Bay were typically around 176.49 meters above sea level, according to the UGLD 1985 levels. More recently, the last 11 days, or 10 days rather, which was all that was available as of yesterday, the water levels have continued to drop, but only by very small amounts. So we continue to be around just below that 176.5. The problem, of course, is well known in Georgian Bay, which is that in this case, the line is the high water mark. In this case, this is where the water is at the high water mark. And sometimes Georgian Bay drops, and the high water mark is some distance from where people typically have their docks. Our zoning bylaw assumed that they moved their docks and ramps. As a number of councillors have pointed out, that may not be the current way in which docks are built, but that is the way in which our zoning bylaw envisions it. And the projections are measured from that current water's edge, not from the high water mark. However, the front lot line is the high water mark. And essentially everything beyond that front lot line, our bylaw since 1991 has treated docks on all water bodies, not just Georgian Bay, but on all water bodies with this notion that there would be setbacks from a straight line projection. And while oftentimes this works flawlessly and without problem, in the case depicted here in the center of the drawing, there are two reverse pie lots, I'll call them, where their straight line projections of their side lot lines ultimately go down to a point in Georgian Bay. And in instances like that where the water level is dropped, those people actually technically could not have a dock. unless they went for a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. This temporary use zoning bylaw would be the first time that council would be giving permission to suspend that straight line projection as shown by these purple lines in the lower drawing, where the 15 meters would exist, essentially 5.5 meters on either side of a 4-meter wide dock into Georgian Bay, so that lands would never be without access to the water on Georgian Bay. And we have not, in the proposed temporary use zoning bylaw, limited that to existing docks, because again, although there may be some out there, I was unable to find any zoning permission for them. This would be the first time on a temporary basis that council is giving that. However, while section 39 includes an exemption that does not allow acquired rights to be accumulated through a temporary use zoning bylaw, our zoning bylaw does keep temporary zones in the table even after they're expiring. And that's so the expiry can be enforced. But in my opinion, as a planner, that would allow in the future permanent solutions for people with these reverse pie lots to be pursued through a minor variance application, as opposed to necessarily requiring them to do a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. So the location is also different than the previous 2013-2015 temporary use zoning bylaw, where I am proposing that all lands on Georgian Bay be subject to this temporary use provision, and that is for 3 reasons. Number 1, I don't want to discriminate. I want to treat everyone equitably. Number 2, this temporary use provision does not allow for extensions of docks unless someone has a problem. So if their dock at 20 meters long with a 6-meter ramp still has sufficient depth of water, i.e. 1.22 meters or greater, they receive no permission from the temporary use bylaw to extend their dock. This is not a carte blanche, I get a 40-meter long dock. What this allows is that where someone has a dock that no longer has 1.22 meters water depth at its end, may apply for a temporary zoning certificate to allow them to move that dock. If they want to seek long-term permanent solutions, they would still need to apply for a minor variance application. So the purpose of this amendment is to amend paragraphs 4.1.x.2.x and x, and that those x's are there because of housekeeping amendments, which unfortunately now are held up by an appeal, but still may find their way to the surface before this is finally determined. Where the straight line projections into Georgian Bay temporarily end where 15 meters of access to water is guaranteed, where temporary ramp sections may be exceeding the 6 meters, and where docks may temporarily extend the 20-meter projection to a maximum of 40 meters to the lesser of the maximum of 1.22 meters calm water depth or 40 meters long. So again, it's once you reach that 1.22, no further. The effect of the application is to temporarily allow all properties or lots with a detached dwelling to preserve access to Georgian Bay. After expiration of the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment, all temporary measures end and temporary dock and ramp sections must be removed with evidence provided to the township. Typically, we don't provide fulsome responses to public comments because we typically hold public meetings with a later decision meeting. In this case, we're asking council to make a decision today, and we did receive comments. One of the comments is a concern regarding this notion that paragraph I, which deals with the crossing of the straight line projection into the water, is not limited to existing docks. And what I say is, yes, that's correct. And I've given council my reasons. Another was that the temporary use provisions in 2013, 2015 were done to address problems on Quarry Island and President Island. And my answer is that's not quite true, because in fact, in our zoning bylaw, those islands already had certain permissions which exceed other parts of the municipality. And so no, the temporary use provisions in 2013 and 2015 were limited to the northern boundary of Honey Harbor Coastal Waterfront Community and South, but they were to address all of the lands in that part of the township, but not that part to the north. There was a comment questioning how elevations are done, and again, my answer is no. All Great Lake elevations are through the IGLD system, and we had a lengthy discussion the last time at council, which I won't go into. Certainly, the public can link to the earlier report and to the meeting. There were requests for details regarding the inquiries, and planning staff specifically did not share with council the details of the approximately just under 24 inquiries we've received, or the PAC memos that were done. The reason is we don't want to prejudice future consideration of applications that may be necessary either with or without this temporary use zoning bylaw. So we don't want council to be pre-considering other applications that may come to either council or to the Committee of Adjustment. This is late in the voting season. It is, but the forecast is for Georgian Bay to continue dropping at this point. How are we going to track the temporary dock extensions and ramp extensions, zoning certificates? Why are we allowing more than one dock to be extended? We are not. The zoning bylaw amendment, in my opinion, is clear. It is only one dock where there are multiple docks that may be extended. The proposed use allows any length to achieve the 1.22 meters depth. No, it doesn't. It only allows a maximum 40-meter projection for the dock, or sorry, a maximum length of 40 meters for the dock, where that length is limited by once you achieve 1.22 meters. However, if after 40 meters, just as with the last temporary use provision, the dock still doesn't achieve 1.22 meters or more depth, the maximum is 40. There's concern again about the straight line projection, and again, staff are proposing it for the very clear reasons I've already gone into. And there were concerns about, oops, I apologize. Anyway, there were concerns, and now I'm really, I apologize, I'm trying to hit buttons and hitting the wrong buttons. There was concern that the temporary use zoning bylaw is intended for consent application number B2403, and no, staff did not consider application number B2403 regarding the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment. And it asked for questions regarding how projections and setbacks are measured in the zoning bylaw, which again, I've already addressed when we talked to the two images that are in the report. In my opinion, the proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment does have regard for provincial interests in the Planning Act. It is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It does conform to the municipal or the Muskoka official plan and the Georgian Bay official plan, and it is an appropriate temporary zoning bylaw amendment for the Township of Georgian Bay. Council has options today. It could approve the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment. It could refer it to staff with directions, or it could refuse it. And my recommendation is that the Township Council approve the attached bylaw 2025 regarding docks and Georgian Bay water levels proposed by the Township-led application number Z2505. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we know if any members of the public, either here or online, want to speak to this matter?
I have a couple of people registered, but I'm not seeing anyone raising their hands from the public who are online. I'm not sure if anyone in the audience wants to speak.
I only see 4 people and nobody's jumping up in those 4. So I'm going to presume they're not as interested in this as they are in another matter. And no one's, oh, okay, if you wouldn't mind passing over the people online who wish to comment.
Ms. Denning is there?
Ms. Denny.
There you go. Good morning. My name is Meredith Denning. I'm the executive director of the Georgian Bay Association, which tries to keep a number of cottager associations in the township of Georgian Bay in the loop about changes to bylaws. And so I do have a number of members of our associations who are curious about where given that this has happened before, where did the impetus for this change come from?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, there have been just under 24 inquiries to the planning department, including a handful of pre-application consultations. Most of those questions are focused around the notion of extending ramps across what is now what bare rock that used to be underwater. And so I would say that probably 1/3 of the inquiries are really about the extension of ramps across the rocks. A number of the others are regarding the depth of water along the dock.
Mm-hmm.
Smallest number, I would say less than half dozen, are with respect to this issue of a straight line projection that diminishes to nothing into
Reverse pi.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The other thing I was curious to know is, does the township have any record of the past amendment in from 2013 to 2015? How many people took advantage of it and how that worked? How well was it followed? Were there any concerns?
No, at that time, the township did not have a tool called zoning certificates, which allow planning staff and building staff to very clearly monitor approvals given by planning. You have that tool today, and that is a fundamental difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else? I think that's the end of our public comment section. So I'm now going to go to our council, and once again, Councillor Bocek wants to lead off the discussion. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, and I'm sorry if I missed this during your presentation, but I feel it's quite important. If the extension of the dock encroaches on an F1 fish habitat, would there be an exemption or would the application be denied? That's my first question.
So there is no specific exception for extensions of docks into fish 1 habitats. So if there were a fish 1 habitat typically offshore that the dock did not enter, but the proposal was to enter that fish habitat, it would be my interpretation of the proposed temporary use bylaw before council, it would not allow for the extension.
Okay, thank you for that, because I know that's a concern of quite a few residents. My second question is, the township of Georgian Bay is not the only township that fronts onto Georgian Bay. And I'm wondering if you have reached out to the other townships to see if they have anything scheduled to come before their councils about dock extensions, or is this something that is very specific to the township of Georgian Bay?
This is specific, as far as I know, to the township of Georgian Bay, but we have not reached out to other municipalities in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I think it was a very good question I just heard, which is, has anybody else faced this issue, any other of the municipalities? And I think it might be part of our research is to find out if that is being required in other municipalities. The water on Georgian Bay does go up and down. It has for hundreds of years. So we need to keep that in mind, and it's somewhere between the up and the down at the moment. Anyway, I just wanted to sort of start with that statement, but I didn't hear in the list of people that have sent in sort of feedback, did we distribute something from Consultant Beth Hallpenny, did you get the planning department see that assessment? You did mention, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, so I just wanted to make sure that was the case because it was a very comprehensive set of questions that some of which may have been answered here, but I'm not sure. There's that. 40 meters is one hell of a big dock, and I'm concerned about that and the safety aspect of it out into waters that people could travel through and could, at night in particular, run into a dock that's, what is 40 meters, 130, 135 feet, something like that. And if that being the case, I'm quite concerned about safety. I think it's nice to treat people equally, and of course we should. One of your first reasons was about equity. I think equally there's equity in terms of making sure that we're developing and meeting the needs of everybody in the area, including from a safety perspective, but also from setting a precedent and making accessible properties, making accessible to access to properties, I should say, that are maybe should have been treated years ago as marginal because the water does go up and down and always has. And maybe we need to think about that as well, that permissions may have been given in the past that certainly wouldn't be given today, I hope. The other thing is that I think this can be a site-specific bylaw, just like the one we had in 2013. We did identify some areas, I think particularly Present Island and Quarry Island, I seem to recall. I know that you sort of feel you've covered that off, but I think if we do go ahead with something like this, it should be site-specific, not blanket across the entire township. That concerns me significantly. If there are allowances made, who's going to make sure that the docks are removed? I don't see any provision for that. So there's a question for you, if you could start with that.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Zoning certificates that would be issued under the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment, should council see fit to enact it today, would clearly state in the additional notes that this is given under a temporary use zoning bylaw, and that the applicants will need to be aware that at a future expiry date, which the bylaw would currently give until the end of the navigation season of 2026, but that could be extended by council if council found that the water levels continue to drop on Georgian Bay. Again, the zoning certificate would make it clear, and we would follow up on those zoning certificates. So there is no acquired right for any changes that are made. I know you and a number of other councilors, the last time we discussed this, were concerned that docks today are built in a way that really doesn't lend to quick and easy movement, and that oftentimes things are moved with a great deal more permanence. Anyone doing that is taking a risk if they do that based upon the temporary use provisions, because the risk is that they would not receive further application approvals that would be required to permanently move or extend docks and ramps as may be permitted temporarily during low water levels on Georgian Bay. I think the other key part of my answer to your question just as earlier is that there's nothing in the temporary use zoning bylaw that allows people to do a 40-meter dock extension. There is a potential that the maximum dock extension might be up to 40 meters long. And in that case, it is only to reach that 1.22 meters of water depth. I think one of the public input notions was that 1.22 meters is arbitrary, and I acknowledge it is. It is strictly from the 2013 to 2015 temporary use zoning bylaw, as is the 40 meters. So those two numbers are arbitrary. They were set the last time Georgian Bay went to low levels. What is clear is that the forecast now for Georgian Bay puts Georgian Bay likely in the same range as the beginning of the 2013 to 2015 temporary use zoning bylaw amendment for next year. And realistically, what is decided today doesn't have a lot of impact on what takes place for much of this season, but it still has some. But this bylaw really is now more of a next year and next season, as well as this whole question of, is it appropriate in some instances, not always, but is it appropriate where a reverse pilot diminishes to nothing on Georgian Bay to temporarily suspend the straight line projection of the side lot lines. And I think that's the key difference between this temporary use zoning bylaw amendment and the one from 2013, 2015. There are lots of examples that we've seen that were given permission. Staff have not explored that in detail because we're not quite certain how that took place without those permissions. But this would be the first time council's being asked to consider this notion that while the straight line projection and setbacks from it are very important, and they're tenets that have existed since the 1991 zoning bylaw and carried through in the 2014 zoning bylaw, does there come a point where a straight line projection must be suspended so that waterfront lands on Georgian Bay, where water depths vary more significantly than any other water body in this municipality, is there appropriate circumstances where that straight line projection needs to be terminated and where a minimum width between projections of 15 meters needs to be preserved so that water access can be had?
Mayor, if I may, I guess what I want to get at here is that I appreciate all the answers you've given about that, but essentially, I don't see any evidence here that there's going to be any enforcement to remove docks when the water comes back up. And let me give you an example of what happened between 2013 and 2020. There were a number of people in my community who built permanent crib docks to somewhere between the high water mark and the low water mark. In fact, significantly below the high water mark. Guess what? In 2020, they're all underwater, useless. And it's an indication that, for one thing, forecasting is just that, forecasting. And it could be, there's some that are saying the water's going to be down. There are others that say maybe the water's going to be up, because if you look at 150 years, that's exactly what happens. So I think site-specific circumstances, one case by case, makes some sense. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with across the board at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fredco, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just a couple of questions to the planner. And first one really is around, I think you mentioned in your presentation that if you needed to build a new dock, you would have to apply for a minor variance. Is that correct? So I know you can only have one dock that would be extended, but if you decided the dock you have existing isn't suitable for extending, if you wanted to build a second dock, you would need to do a minor variance and then apply for a zoning certificate and building permit. Is that correct?
So there's three separate parts, and again, they're dealt with slightly differently because up until now, there shouldn't be a dock in this municipality that crosses that straight line projection.
Mm-hmm.
So we left that section allowing a recognition that this is new. Although overall, the entire three paragraphs are only where there is an existing dock that has a challenge of access because of dropping water levels. And so the primary issue is nothing is authorized by the temporary use zoning bylaw unless there's a problem. So first of all, there needs to be a problem. And then the question is, what is the problem? Is the problem ramps extending across rock that was previously underwater, which is now sometimes dry, but if it rains, sometimes covered, or maybe the waves are coming up on it, making it slippery. And again, our 6-meter ramps in some of these cases where people were making inquiries, our maximum 6-meter length is nowhere near the length that they may need to cross rock face, barren rock outcrop now, that previously was underwater on Georgian Bay. Has it happened in the past without a recognition in the zoning bylaw? Perhaps. I'm not going to speculate. I'm a planner, not a bylaw enforcement officer. But that being said, the temporary use zoning bylaw only comes into effect where there is a problem. And in that case, what it allows is a range of solutions, either in terms of ramp lengths to cross what was previously lake bed, or dock length extensions up to 40 meters, but only where that's necessary to achieve 1.22 meters of water depth. If a 4-meter extension achieves 1.22 meters of depth, then it only permits a 4-meter extension. So the extension is dependent upon the problem. Where this bylaw would allow something that has previously not been allowed is for the positioning of a floating dock to potentially temporarily cross a straight line projection of the side lot line into Georgian Bay. But if that is the long-term solution that someone wants to pursue, they would still need to make a minor variance application and justify it. So just because they make an application doesn't mean it's justifiable. But what this does do is it takes it away from a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment that council would need to consider, because council had not previously considered whether it's ever appropriate to suspend that straight line projection.
Okay, and there would be a building permit required for anybody who is going for the zoning amendment or the zoning certificate.
Yes, zoning certificate followed by building permit.
Right. Okay. And then in instances, I guess this is part of the approval process for the zoning certificate. If extending the dock created other navigational challenges, there would have to be a consideration that it's not a suitable dock for extension. If the 1.22 meter wound up being in a channel of some sort, you would not want to allow that to continue. So would you deny the zoning application or the zoning certificate?
So that's an excellent point, and it's not so much the one that you raised, which I think would be covered by the Navigations Act, but it's more the notion of setbacks between docks and ensuring that there's appropriate setbacks. And I certainly would be very amenable to a resolution that asked staff to clarify the paragraph with respect to the docks that may be in that 15-meter minimum width, that they not be closer than 5.5 meters from another dock.
Okay.
I think that would be a very important improvement to the temporary use zoning bylaw.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you to the mayor. I really appreciate planning department trying to get ahead of this. I think it's a feather in your cap for sort of seeing things before they happen. In one way, I unfortunately have significant concerns about it. Interestingly enough, if you look at the chart with all the high and low water levels in it, I've lived through them all. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but anyway, it's interesting that in '64 we had some of the lowest levels pretty much throughout the year, with the exception of a couple of points where 2012, 2013 exceeded the 64, but couldn't have been exceeded the 64 by very much. I don't recall anybody after 64, of course, in 1964 development is a little different than it is today. I don't recall hearing too many complaints, but then again, I was not that old. I wasn't too concerned myself. We had a nice beach, I remember that. And apropos of comments made, particularly by Councillor Cooper, and from the letter that Beth Hallpenny very thoughtfully submitted, I'm of a mind that, and this really does inform our OP coming forward, because we should be well aware of where the low water mark is, as well as the high water mark, so that when future development comes to us, proposals, that low water mark is taken into consideration when it comes to docking. I think we should just stick to what we've had in place. If somebody needs to make an extension, they come to us. And that way we are much better aware of what's going on and staying on top of it. While I can't foresee that there would be too many people that would be taking advantage of this, I worry that that's a possibility, which leads to one question, and Beth put it quite nicely. A dock can't exceed 40 meters, a ramp can't exceed 6 meters.
No, there's no limit on the ramp length that might go under the temporary use zoning bylaw. Some of the people that would be crossing rock that previously was underwater would require very
Significant
long ramps.
So, and there's a justification. I mean, there'd have to be justification for all this, but is there in your temporary zoning bylaw a limitation on how many 40-foot docks can be put in a row with a ramp between them?
One.
Okay, I mean, that is a concern that was brought forward. So the limit would be one dock, and the limit would also be one ramp. And then we get on to what happens to this equipment once the water levels return or go back up. Obviously not our concern, except we may end up with a bunch of docks floating around the bay or sitting in somebody's yard waiting to find a home. I don't know what would happen there, but I suppose that's up to the people that end up having these docks. I still am concerned for now that we don't have enough tools in place to assure ourselves, certainly from my perspective, that things would go according to plan, so to speak. And I would much prefer to see individual applicants come forward with their requests at the time this happens. And again, going back to Councillor Cooper's comments, and some of us may clearly remember Stop the Drop, which was a program put in place back when we did have low water, in an attempt to make governments aware of why the water was dropping and to stop that from happening. Whether that was the actual reasons or not, I don't know. But we do know the lake does this. The lakes have always done this. In 1964 is a long time ago. The people tend to have short memories. I think it's up to us and you to keep reminding people that there are periods where water does go down significantly. And a 2-meter range approximately is what we've seen in the Georgian Bay in my lifetime, 64 to 20. And I think we've just got to keep that in mind for future applications. And I would much more prefer to see these things come to us individually. Thank you. But I do appreciate the work.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Thank you. And Jeff, once again, thanks for all the work you put into this. And with all the discussion, I'm still not clear about a few things, so I need to ask more questions. So picking up on what Councillor Jarvis has said, you know, yes, we know that we can have up to a 40-meter dock. How long can the ramp be?
There is no limit in the temporary use zoning bylaw for ramp length. So a ramp would depend upon the situation that the dock has encountered.
Okay. Go back to the beginning of my notes here. who will do the on-site inspection and confirm water depth?
That would be up to the planner that reviews the zoning certificate. So I personally would ask the applicant to provide evidence of the depth. And if the evidence that was provided was satisfactory, I would accept it. If not, I would ask to visit the property at the time to see it. But that being said, I think what's clear is that most property owners typically do provide that kind of information with their application. And it's very rare that we do actually go to measure the depth at the end of docks.
Okay. Based on my community's input, I'm uncomfortable with that. I think a staff person needs to be there. But further on that, what time of the year, what type of water conditions? I heard the word calm, but I think you know from your research that we have water that starts off low in the spring, goes high in the summer, and goes low in the fall, and it's a recurring pattern every year. But you may not know that on a day that has a west wind, the water can go up 18 inches, and it can hover there for 12 hours before it goes down. On an east wind, it can do the opposite. And so when we're looking at water levels, it's not the term calm water isn't descriptive enough to give us the accuracy that we need. We need to understand what the prevailing winds have been before and after, or we need to work with stats that are provided by other organizations that measure the so-called calm water state, and then find that time to do the on-site inspection. So I think that there's a lot more that we need to craft into this bylaw that is missing, because the accuracy and the clarity of that can be all over the map, and we could be, I mean, if you want 1.22 meters, we could be half a meter out.
So you're absolutely correct. There's wave uprush, there's the fetch of the water, which again has to do with its pushing to one end or other of this lake. And you'll see that in the data that's been provided in my reports regarding this matter. You'll see that some of the reporting stations are showing a very different measurement from others. And generally speaking, if it's high on the Lake Michigan side, it's low on the Lake Huron side, and vice versa. That being said, it will be very, very difficult to ever demonstrate with 100% certainty that the water is absolutely still and calm. I think what the previous temporary use bylaw, what our current temporary use bylaw, and what the existing zoning provisions for quarry and present islands speak to is this notion that the measurement is best taken when, number one, there are not large waves evident on the water, and number two, when there isn't such a remarkable difference from one side of the lake to the other. I think what's really great now is that we've, as staff, found these tools from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that are available on a daily basis, albeit they tend to be at the end of the day that they become available for a day. I think we have a much better ability to determine whether there is a significant difference between one side of Lakes Huron and Michigan and the other, which may not visually be evident on the surface of the water in the form of a wave. But that being said, is it perfect? Is it going to be 100% accurate? No.
I appreciate that comment. I guess what I'm not seeing is, I don't think the bylaw has that level of guidance, and that leaves me uncomfortable. Quarry Island, Present Island, they're in the open. There's not much containment of water level in that area, although there is some because it's Georgian Bay. but all of the inner bays up and down the shoreline of Georgian Bay have significant containment, and you're going to get different stats based on what I've already described. I don't want to belabor it, but anyways, I just think that there is more language that is needed if we're going to be fair and accurate, because the community have concerns on that. Earlier we heard about who's going to track the dock removal, so you indicated the planning department through planning zoning certificates. One of the concerns that I have is this. Back in the 90s, we had a high-profile guy in our community, and he would talk about these guys who ran for council and immediately became social workers, and they wanted to solve problems and help people out every time they had a problem. I find myself falling into that category sometimes, but the point is, when somebody does something, if they're going to be faced with a $10,000, $20,000 expense to get rid of those docks and not be able to use those docks, then that's a significant hardship. And they're going to come to us and they're going to say, hey, I want some consideration for my financial hardship because I now can't use that long dock anymore. And we're going to say, yeah, maybe, sure, why not? And so I'm very uncomfortable, and the feedback I'm getting from the people in the community is they're uncomfortable, and there probably needs to be some sort of bond letter of credit or something in place that says when the water levels recover or the long dock is no longer needed, that the township goes in and does what they need to do, contracts out to have the dock removed, and then puts the cost on the taxes. So I don't see that in the bylaw as it sits, but I can assure you that a lot of feedback I've gotten is unless we have something like that, the confidence that the township can act, or more importantly, the confidence that those people aren't going to be coming to us as counselors and we're going to turn into social workers and say, it's okay, we'll figure out a way to make it okay for you. That's a huge concern that I'm hearing in the community.
Through zoning, and especially through temporary use zoning bylaw amendment, there is no ability under the Planning Act to require letters of credit or any other financial instruments. And unfortunately, to not create acquired rights, that is the only ability that's available to council. Again, if council would prefer to debate these matters ultimately through the official plan review and zoning bylaw review and updates, and to approach them on a more long-term basis, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do think this is a matter that needs to be reviewed. The notion of how docks in Georgian Bay are to exist with this following of the current water's edge springs from 1991. And it's been the same since then. And at that time, the approach to constructing docks on Georgian Bay was very different than what it was or what it is today. And most docks went in every season and came out every season. Yes, there were some old cribs, but they didn't hang around very long because the ice was rather unforgiving. But that being said, no, that's not something I think that is appropriate for a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment. And I think we're starting to maybe presume what we need to discuss in that perspective. And again, I appreciate that council may not support that. That is one of the options today. But what I will say is that one of the obligations council has under the Planning Act, under Section 50 of the Planning Act, is to ensure that water access only properties do have access. And despite the fact that some properties may have predated even the existence of the township of Georgian Bay that could be having problems with access and where they only have water access. Some of the examples that we've seen are in that vein. And while staff didn't want to limit the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment to water access only, I think that's an important understanding that council needs to consider today and in the future. That, again, it's a little bit different when it's strictly recreational access to Georgian Bay than it is when it's the property's only access to Georgian Bay.
I have some more questions, please. I mean, we've been going on this temporary review for quite some time, so I appreciate if you make them as brief as possible.
Okay. I heard a comment earlier about navigable water, and you kind of dismissed it as Transport Canada might weigh in and have those controls. Sadly, they're not our friend. They don't understand our area. I highlighted an area in our last discussion about this where there's a little channel and a new cottage went in. People are driving 10 feet off the end of that dock today. And when the water level goes down another 2 feet, they're going to want to extend their dock out, but there's no place for it to go because the little channel there, you can't move another 10 feet to the left, if you will, because you're now into gravel and everything else. So the only solution is no access for him and a main channel navigation. So I think we want to be careful about expecting Transport Canada to do anything useful for us. We have to solve these problems for ourselves. There are township issues, and Transport Canada won't be helpful.
That's an important question. Could I intervene or interrupt? So actually, section 1 of our zoning bylaw. So when we consider zoning certificates, we consider the entire zoning bylaw. And this temporary use zoning bylaw amendment would not alter section 1 in any shape or form. And section 1 brings into play all of the legislation above the zoning bylaw, including the navigable waters that are controlled by the federal government. And so it's our duty as planners to read the regulations under that act and to say when a zoning certificate is presented that might contravene them, sorry, no, I can't give a zoning certificate because section 1 of our zoning bylaw says you must also comply with these regulations and laws. And so it is still part of this. Does that mean that there may be some properties which don't get access, just as there may be some where they can't, with even 40 meters, achieve that arbitrary 1.22 meters on a quote unquote calm day? The answer is yes. It doesn't resolve everyone's problem.
So as an aside, you've heard that we would like as a community to have navigable waterways as a defined term in our OP, in our zoning bylaw, because it's not going to be the same as what Transport Canada does. So I just ask that you kind of remember that as we move forward. I'm getting the nod. Thank you very much. Something that's actually very important in this water depth issue, to the bottom. What is the bottom? Because there are areas where we have sand. You go down and put a stick, okay, there's the bottom. We have other areas where I can go down and go through 18 inches of muck. So it's not defined. I'm uncomfortable with that in here, so I just wanted to offer that. You indicated earlier that the ramp can be no limit. Something that, again, we need to fix in our revised OP and zoning bylaw is that everything else in Georgian Bay is the defined 177.4, but docks for some reason are current watermark. And so what that really means is in some lot situations, 40 meters is not the maximum. In fact, I might have a dock at 40 meters, but I could have 100 meters or 200 meters of walkway. And so what, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there appears to be no limit to the distance, and we're not even measuring it from the lot line, we're measuring it from the high water mark of that point in time, which keeps moving out. In other words, we've got no ability to truly understand exactly what's going on, where we would if we were dealing with the 177.4 on Georgian Bay. So help me, I mean, it's not in the zoning bylaw as it's written, and it just, from the feedback I've gotten, it's kind of wide open. It could be endless.
So it is in our zoning bylaw. So right now, those elevated walkways, boardwalks, whatever you want to call them, cannot leave the lot on which they are associated, the same as a freestanding deck. So they cannot be below the high water mark. The difference is that typically on most of our inland lakes, a 6-meter long ramp is more than sufficient to bridge a gap in the high and low water levels on most of our inland lakes and water bodies. On Georgian Bay, as councilors have pointed out, it can vary by as much as 2 meters in depth, which depending on the topography might be nothing, where you have a rock cliff adjacent to Georgian Bay, or it might be a very long walk across what is now dry lake bed. And where that walk is on sand or gravel, it's probably safe. But where that walk is on bare flat bedrock, that if it rains on it, it can become very slippery. People are saying, well, how do I get to and from my dock? And I do agree that there have been docks that have been approved in the past in this municipality that may be allowed something that was not described in our zoning bylaw. And that's what we as planning staff are trying to make sure doesn't happen. So our zoning certificates have provided us with the rigor to ensure that future docks do not have boardwalks that are not on the lot. In that case, those quote unquote boardwalks across rock or gravel would be ramps. And in this case, for the temporary zoning bylaw, no, I didn't place a limit simply because in some instances, it may be very appropriate that 6 meters is the limit, but in others, it could be incredibly short.
I'm going to now move on. If we were paying any attention to our 2.5 minutes per councillor, I think most of us have exceeded it. But I'm going to go to Councillor Graziano because he has not spoken yet. I see both councillors, Cooper and Bocek's hands up, but Councillor Graziano has not yet spoken in the first round. So I'm going to go to Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, in considering the staff report today, I personally feel that more scrutiny is better in this context. Bringing this back to COA and allowing for a minor variance application is a bit of a concern for me. I do want to see this be retained, and I'm kind of following on an old adage that if it isn't broken, don't fix it. To me, bringing this before planning council, having us review it and consider on a case by case is likely a far better end result for our communities than just relaxing the policy and allowing it to go through a different format. So that's my 2 cents, and I do want to say thank you for staff for looking at better ways for efficiency, but from my perspective, I'd like to keep it where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to add a few comments before I go to Councillors Cooper and Bocek. Can't believe we spent an hour talking about a temporary bylaw. And I think that's, to me, very important. Having said that, I'm also surprised that when you say you have over 20 applicants, because I think most cottage owners who've been around at all or at all aware of our neighborhood are very conscious of the water levels going up and down. And there haven't been, all that many, I'll call it new builds of cottage properties in the last half dozen years that haven't seen that, so they should be aware of water levels. But I'm also conscious, and when I was hearing an explanation about one of the interested parties, and I have no idea where they are in your list of 20, but in that one of the differences is that they now have larger boats, and therefore they need a bigger dock. And to me, I'm a little less sympathetic because you have to take into some account your whole, what you call it, geographical situation when you're buying your boat and whether or not you can dock it. Having said all that, this is a temporary bylaw. The whole idea is that if somebody wants to make permanent changes, they will have to get permanent permission, if I can use the phrase. I also note that I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know if your 20 odd applicant, well, they're not even applicants in some cases, inquiries. I would imagine a fair number of them are on the southwest corner of our township, because it's only the southwest corner, halfway down Bosley Island, for instance, and farther south, that's outside the the Canadian Shield. And the slopes there tend to be a lot more shallow, a lot slower, however we want to describe it. We've heard mention of Present Island, Quarry Island. There are some spots in the rest of the coast. Lots are like that, but they're less common. And I've also heard numerous comments about the investment and how people have to invest 10, 20, 30, $40,000 to do all these extensions, and then they'll be reluctant to take them away a year or two later. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, but if I were in this situation, I wouldn't want to extend my dock any more than I have to, because it costs a lot more money. And to add an extra 10 feet to my dock, whether it's a floating section or whatnot, is these days is a fairly significant investment. And I think that is, I think, and we know there are exceptions out there, but I think most of our applicants would want to, are cost conscious, and that they don't want to spend more money on their dock than they have to. I also think it's very important to note that this proposed temporary bylaw only applies to existing residences that have existing docks. So this is not an opportunity for a new build and making a property accessible that perhaps isn't accessible. And I know that Councillor Hazelton made references to, as I think Councillor Pretko, about navigable waters. And I think, yes, we have to make sure that any dock extension is not blocking other people. But having said that, I also recognize that if this dock has to be extended further out in order to reach the 4-foot mark, or if you prefer the 1.22 meters of depth, that's water that I wouldn't normally be boating in anyway. I don't know about anybody else here, but I'm sure I'm not the only one to take wider swings around some points of land now that the water's lower than I did before, because I know that rock's going down at a certain angle. I'd rather not hit it if I can help it. And that can be expensive too. So I would imagine, and I have no idea, that out of your 20 people are making inquiries, I would be surprised if you had more than half a dozen actually take advantage of this temporary bylaw if we had it, simply because of all the other factors that are involved. And but I could be wrong. It could be a dozen. I don't know. I mean, because we don't know, which is unfortunate, how many people took advantage of it last round. And I'm glad that we would have a much better tracking of it this round. And so I'm going to allow one more round if people want to make comments, but I'm going to strongly encourage folks to make it as to the point as possible. We've been discussing this for over an hour now, and it would be nice to get this one resolved one way or another, because I'd like to call the vote on. And with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, please.
And thank you, Mayor, and thanks for allowing this to go on a bit, but in reality, it's sort of informing us for the future in a way, because we will have to deal with this subject when we get to our official plan and zoning bylaws. So I think it is useful in that respect. And I wanted to thank you also, Mayor, for mentioning the geology, because that's really why I wanted to add that to your considerations. And the geology on Georgian Bay is really quite unique in the fact that we have the Canadian Shield on the eastern shores. I'm not telling you anything new, I know, but it needs to be considered. In the south, it's sedimentary, and in the west, it's metamorphic. So because of that, and what our mayor's pointed out is that there are some areas in the southeastern portion, south of, I'll call downtown Honey Harbor, towards Port Severn, where most of the shoreline is sedimentary, and as a result, very low slope. And that's why Quarry Island and Present Island were dealt with in 2013. They were part of that topography and geology. And so I think that is part of what needs to be considered here, is maybe we need to go back to the thinking that there's going to be low slopes and there are going to be areas that are hard to reach. I can tell you about another development that's just outside our boundaries, Giant's Tomb, huge island outside of our borders, but they tried to develop the north end of that, and it's all sand. And there are about, I don't know, 15 lots out there. And guess how people get to their cottage? They go in their big boat over big waves, and then they anchor it to the place where they have a dinghy, and they throw everything in the dinghy and they row into shore. So that's how some people have to deal with low slope because they bought a property that is low slope and will be really challenging in high or low water. So I just I wanted to make that point about the geology aspect is really worth us, especially when we consider this kind of thing in the future, taking note of that. And finally, I mentioned this once before in a meeting, and I'm going to mention it again. A former minister of the province of Ontario used to wear a hat that said "Stop the drop," and then he put on it "Stop the rise," because it happened so quickly. It went from 2013 and low for several years after that, and then wham, up it went, and that could happen again next year. So I just remind us of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm of a completely different train of thought here, and after listening to 25 minutes of people repeating themselves over and over again, I think our planner has done a great job. He's answered everybody's questions. Time is running out this year for people to get action on this. So we've been given 3 choices, and right now I move that we make a decision today, and I put forward that we approve this, and the people that don't want to approve this can vote against it. But I don't think our planning department should waste any more time on this topic. It's done a good job to thus far, and time is running out for these people that need these dock extensions. So I would suggest we vote on one of the 3 options right away. My option is to move ahead with this and approve it and let people vote the way they want.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, and I will read the motion. And the motion is, I'll call it in the affirmative for approval of this, and we can approve it, we can deny it, we can refer it. So I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approve the attached temporary use zoning bylaw amendment in bylaw 2025-058 for docks and Georgian Bay water levels proposed by the township led application number Z25-05.
So point of order.
Please.
So if we are voting in favor of this motion, will we have, if it is defeated, will there be a motion to consider options 2 or 3 or to refer this to staff? Or is this all going to be in one opportunity?
I'm going to ask our clerk to respond to that.
If the motion is defeated to adopt the bylaw, you can have a second motion tabled to refer back to staff for more direction.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to ask at this point, all those in favor? Okay, I have 2, myself included, 2 in favor. That is defeated. So I'm now going to say all those in favor of referral. Is that the one I'm looking for? Or defer? Certainly.
Sorry, it'd be faster if I just say this out loud.
Okay. May staff ask a point of order? Could, if there is a referral motion, could council give direction as to why it's referring?
I was going to say, be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay refer application Z25-05 back to staff with the following amendments.
All right. I'm going to ask everybody whether they're in favor of referral, and if I get enough votes, then I'm going to ask everybody to, as briefly as possible, add a few comments as to what we're looking for. So, Councillor Hazelton.
The I will assume that the list of comments may be long and actually subject to another level of debate.
That's my concern as well.
And so my preference would be, if we are going to consider referral, that we ask staff to engage with council for additional considerations before they bring it back.
Well,
or as Councillor Graziano suggested, bring it a cow and.
I'm going to further suggest that staff can review the recording of the last hour to get a lot of that information, because you've heard a lot, and that might be the most efficient way for you. But
just refer.
So
that the council of township is refer back to staff, so then you want the motion carried.
Okay, be it resolved, the council for the township of Georgian Bay refer back to staff the attached temporary zoning bylaw amendment in bylaw 2025-058. And Councillor Bocek has asked for a recorded vote on a motion to refer.
Let the record show that Councillor Bocek requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No for deferral.
No, sorry. In other words, just for clarification, if you're voting no against referral, then you're basically defeating the bylaw. Okay, I just want to make sure that's understood.
Okay. Good stuff. Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is defeated 2-5.
Right. That is up and down. Okay. Well, I'm about to confer with my fellow colleagues whether or not we have one more item for public meeting. I'd actually like to get that done before lunch. Okay, all right. And that is, where am I here? I'm on page 7 of this report. So let's get zoning bylaw and official amendment file Z24-03 and O25-01 for 68 Forest Lane. Madam Clerk, any correspondence?
Yes, one letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating the district staff would not be opposed to approval of the above noted application if conditions set forth by the township are met. And one letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, chief building official, stating that building permits would be required.
Thank you. Mr. Donaldson, is this not your file? Oh, no, and Ms. Wanfor. So between the two of you, the tag team, over to you, please.
Through the mayor. The subject lands are located in the southwest end of 6 Mile Lake, between 6 Mile Lake Provincial Park and Whites Falls Road. The lot has an area of 3,351 square meters and a frontage of 52.67 meters. The lands are developed with 2 detached dwellings, a dock, and multiple accessory buildings. The applicant is proposing to remove the privies and sheds, as well as to relocate the sauna so that it complies with the zoning bylaw. Mature trees scattered throughout the property screen the development. The lands are currently zoned 6 Mile Lake Residential, which permits a detached dwelling and accessory buildings there too. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands from the 6 Mile Lake Residential Zone to a 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception Zone, which will facilitate the conversion of the second detached dwelling, or shown here as Cottage 2, into a sleeping cabin. As shown in the table before you, the existing building has a setback of 1.31 meters from the nearest side lot line, whereas a sleeping cabin is required to have a minimum setback of 5 meters. The building has a gross floor area of 85 square meters, whereas sleeping cabins are permitted to have a maximum gross floor area of 56 square meters. The building also has a height of 5.4 meters, whereas sleeping cabins are limited to 4.5 meters. Sleeping cabins are also not permitted to have a loft, whereas this building contains a loft. Lastly, the building has a front yard setback of 11.2 meters, whereas sleeping cabins are subject to a minimum front yard setback of 20 meters. The lands are designated waterfront and are located within the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. The lands are located on a narrow water body and the shoreline contains type 2 fish habitat. Legally existing residential uses and limited new single detached residential uses are permitted. The waterfront community recognizes that the size and number of sleeping cabins on a lot affects the intensity of use on the property and permits a sleeping cabin on lots having an area exceeding 0.3 hectares. The township's official plan states, sleeping cabins are not permitted to have habitable space below grade. Sleeping cabins shall not be permitted in the required shoreline or front yard setback as defined by the township zoning bylaw. Sleeping cabins shall be a maximum of 1 story in height, and sleeping cabins are not permitted in a boathouse. The applicant is proposing to establish a site-specific policy to permit a sleeping cabin within the 20-meter front yard.
The subject property is designated waterfront under the District of Muskoka official plan. The official plan states that the waterfront area shall include year-round, low-density, single-unit residential development. Natural form and function should be the predominant characteristic of the landscape, with the maintenance of the shoreline of lakes and rivers being the key to preserving the quality of the natural and cultural heritage of Muskoka. Tree cover, vegetation, and other natural features are encouraged to be retained to uphold visual and environmental integrity of the waterfront area. The proposal aims to de-intensify the use of the property, reducing it to a single-unit residential development with an accessory sleeping cabin. The applicant proposes tree planting offering an increase in natural form and visual screening of the proposed sleeping cabin, whereas visual screening of the dwelling being retained currently exists. As the property and surrounding lands have been developed, no shoreline works are being proposed, and the identified fish habitat is not considered to be critical. Studies related to the archaeological significance and fish habitat are not being required for the proposed development. The owners of the subject lands purchased the property in 2022 and are looking to remedy outstanding planning issues while also addressing accessory building clustering. The applicant intends to create greater vegetation screening while removing or relocating the existing accessory buildings and tidying the remainder of the property as a whole. Although Cottage 1 will be expanded, the overall visual massing of built form from the water will be significantly reduced, offering a return to natural form being the predominant feature of this property. This public meeting is only for the purposes of conveying information and gathering comments. The public meeting allows for ongoing dialogue with the public, agent, owner, council, district, and commenting agencies. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions of the development proposed by the application, an additional public meeting may be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments have been addressed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we know if the applicant or their agent is available and wants to make any comments?
I believe they're online.
Bring them over and be appreciated.
The agent is present, but she's not accepting the promotion. Oh, there she goes. Ms. Cindy Lee, I'm going to send you promotion. If you can accept that, then we can have you speak to council.
Hello?
Please.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, Mr. Member of Councils. And my name is Cindy Lee. I'm the planner from Urban Congruence. I have our engineer, Lucas, and my client, Sophie, who is the owner's wife with us. They are ready to answer any questions here. I prepare some slides to share you some more information. So could you, I can share my screen or you will share the screen?
Yes, you're able to share your screen.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I would like to brief some history of the project. I appreciate the township planner, Shanna and Andres' thorough introduction from the planning perspective. I would like to supplement their presentation by providing additional information from the owner's perspective regarding the history, objects, and anticipate outcomes of this proposal. The background of the ownership. The property was inherited by the previous owner from an elderly lady. When the current owner inspected the site in 2022, it was extensively overgrown and all existing structures were severely dilapidated. The front yard condition. In the front yard adjacent to the lake, which should be the most beautiful part of the site, several old buildings placed randomly. Cottage 2, which was the main house at that time, was fully exposed to the lake without screening. Behind it, there were two previous. Reason of the purchase. Although the site condition was far too idle, the current owner was drawn to the nature beauty of the lake and opportunities of outdoor recreation. As a skillful handyman experienced in structural work and landscaping, he was confident that he could restore the property's charm and make the building situation for living. He paid the legal and real estate professions to conduct proper due diligence and was confirmed that everything was normal and legal. He also purchased the title insurance and property insurance. The property, including all the decrepit buildings, was purchased in full compliance with legal requirements. However, when the owner began preparing for the renovation, township staff informed him that none of the buildings have ever been issued permits, and township had no records of any development applications for this site. Several aspects of the existing condition did not even conform to the official plan or zoning bylaw. It is impossible for the owner to meet the building department's requirements because there are no approved record drawings in all the legal structures or demolished. The owner would lose his investment, and the township could also gain no benefit from such an outcome. Our solution. After consultation with the township planning staff, we proposed the following approach to resolve the dilemma. Cottage 2 will be renovated and converted into a sleeping cabin, screened from the lake by proposed native trees. Cottage 1 will be improved to serve as the main house with an upgraded facade and enhanced living condition. The sauna will be relocated in the rear yard, and all the other small structures will be removed. Outcomes. As results, the front yard will be cleared, the ecosystem will be restored, and the natural beauty will be enhanced. And the residential use of this property will be optimized in a safe and comfortable manner. This proposal advantages both private and public interests. Given the existing condition, it represents the most practical and beneficial solution. We respectfully request the council approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the overview. It's very helpful. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Seeing no hands raised online and nobody jumping up in the room, I'm going to now turn it over to council. Council, any questions or comments on this? Councilor Jarvis, followed by Councilor Cooper, please.
Yeah, my question is more out of curiosity. I'm happy to see that this property is being significantly cleaned up and other buildings removed. So I'm happy with the program. I'm just curious, will we be seeing an application for changes to the main building, or are they all within guidelines as it is, and we don't expect to see anything else?
Through the mayor, all proposed expansions to the retained dwelling will be compliant with the zoning bylaw.
So I thought, but there will be some changes going to that building as well, right?
Yes, they'll be replacing the existing sunroom, I believe, with a addition.
Right. Okay, but it's the same footprint.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you very much. And I think I sort of understand what's going on here, but just to get some clarification, first of all, I note that we've got cottage 1 and cottage 2. So essentially, by the naming, we're saying 2 residences. It doesn't say sleeping cabin, it says cottage 1 and 2. So I just, that's one of the issues. But the other issue is that you're asking us to approve a sleeping cabin that would normally only be allowed to be 600 square feet, and we don't cross that line, or have very, very rarely crossed that line in allowance. However, this is an existing building, as I understand it, so it's 910 square feet, which is well over 50% greater than what we normally allow for a sleeping cabin. And then there's a loft. And how much space is in the loft? It's not in the calculation, is it?
Through the mayor, if I may, there was a drawing set provided. I believe we attached it to the report. My apologies if we did not. We can revise the labeling on the site plan when we bring a subsequent report forward for decision to make it clear that one of the buildings will be a detached dwelling and one will be a sleeping cabin.
What do we do about the issue of having almost never given approval for a sleeping cabin over 600 square feet? This is 900 square feet plus a loft. And you still haven't answered the question about the loft.
Through the mayor, my apologies. The loft is included in the gross floor area calculation.
Oh, sorry. Can I provide some information here? Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, the loft is only for the storage. This is an existing condition. We will not use a loft for sleeping. For living. I think in our calculation, we do have the breakdown in my set status. let me see the cottage. First, let me answer the first question. The cottage 1 is and the cottage 2 is only the existing site condition. When the township planner began the discussion with us, so we continue carry these words, cottage 1 and cottage 2, to describe the condition of the site. But in our proposal, in our site plan, in our planning justification report, we use sleeping cabin to describe the cottage 2. In the Schedule A of the zoning bylaw amendment, we also use sleeping cabin, not a cottage 2, because in my PJR I described, we propose to convert cottage 2 into sleeping cabin. So I think in our proposal it's described properly. So I think it's not a concern. For the proposed area, because now we just try to use whatever our client already purchased. Our planning staff also gave us this suggestion. So we keep the loft, but because the loft is not for sleeping at all, this only storage. Before we used to propose to remove the staircase from the ground floor to the loft, but since we can do the amendment, so we don't need to spend money for the construction. So we follow the advice of the township planner. We keep the loft, but still keep it only for storage use.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit more clarification. So, am I understanding? I didn't quite get it all, but with the loft, access to it will be reduced from a set of stairs to what, a ladder or something? Is that how one would get to the loft? If it has stairs, it could become a bedroom. That's my question.
Through the mayor, the drawings provided show the existing building as having stairs to that access. It is labeled as headroom. I believe we can pull the drawings of that floor up on the screen, though, if that would help.
No, I just want to.
I think too, we have to remember, we're not being asked to approve, we're asking to express our concerns. And so Councillor Cooper is definitely expressing a concern about the size of the proposed sleeping cabin.
Yes, I am. And furthermore, I don't see, maybe I haven't found it, but the lot coverage. Is it within the guidelines for 6 Mile Lake, which I think is 7% or something like that, 7 or 8%? Is it within those guidelines with the two cottages, actually a cottage and a sleeping cabin?
Through the mayor, both myself and Andrew conducted pre-application consultations for this proposal, and in both times we did not find the proposed or existing lot coverage to be non-compliant. We believe it was at 5.9%.
5.9 is the lot coverage, which is under the, I think, the 6 Mile Lake rule of 7%, isn't it, or something like that? 8%? There we go. Okay, that's, I wanted to, so what really is happening here is, while it's an oversized cabin, in reality, we have a very small cottage, relatively small cottage, and another building that is a sleeping cabin, which is outside of our norm. And I get nervous about that, but the total is still relatively low. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this moment. I find it interesting. I mean, obviously, this is an unusual existing situation where there's two cottages on one property, and that those cottages were built, who knows how long ago, but clearly before our 1991 zoning bylaw, let alone maybe even the 1971 official plan and zoning bylaw. So my first question to staff is, given that these buildings, I mean, I think if I read it correctly, the, the cottage that is to be converted to a sleeping cabin is going to be torn down and replaced with a new build on the same footprint. Is that correct?
Perhaps Cindy can confirm, but that was our understanding as well, that both cottages, as she described them, were dilapidated and required some structural, some significant structural repair. So I don't know if Cindy, you want to confirm that that's the plan, to tear down and replace in the exact footprint for what would be cottage number 2, the proposed sleeping cabin?
Uh, as I mentioned, the owner is a handyman. He is very skillful for the construction of the structures. So he's going to just use the current structure, just replace the exterior walls, improve the interior layout to make the building still useful and livable. And currently, this would already show in our plan. So as mentioned by the planner and the zoning bylaw, we are going to remove the kitchen in the cottage 2 to convert it to sleeping cabin. But the cottage 1, actually, there's no kitchen. So he's going to add the kitchen there and improve the outdoor siding, because those is ruined. So he will replace the new one on it. So the building still can be used. We don't need to totally demolish the building. And all this improvement will still based on the same footprint. And also we demolish some existing structures. So this will result as a very similar coverage as the existing. So the coverage is not an issue, because the existing coverage is less than the zoning bylaw requirements.
All right, so but my question to our planning department is, given that this is non-complying and presumably legal because it was built before the regulations were, it's not, please clarify that.
Through the mayor, one of the buildings were built in the 50s. The other one was built in the 70s, which only allowed for one main building or dwelling on a lot at that time, which leads us to believe that the one building was constructed without planning permission to do so.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. I mean, what I certainly appreciate about the proposal in front of us is there's going to be a net improvement to the property. That the buildings are going to be put in better shape, better use. There's going to be improvement to the, if you will allow the view from the canoe, and some plantings are going to take place, and some of the buildings are going to be either destroyed or moved back, and one of them is being moved back, I believe. So I think all that is going in the right direction. But I'm a little bit confused about because somewhere here I thought I read in the report that the sleeping cabin was going to be basically torn down and rebuilt, but if it's just using most of the existing structure, I can appreciate if, I don't like the idea of approving oversized sleeping cabins. On the other hand, I can appreciate that if the building is not being torn down, but mostly improved, then it might be grounds for making an exception because it already exists. And I certainly appreciate the screening. I am questioning the loft and whether or not that, if that can just be attic space that is accessed through a hatch and a ladder or something, as opposed to actually having a full on staircase and all that stuff, then it's not a loft. And that's where that I'm questioning that. So I would encourage you and the applicant to consider how they design that building, because if we're giving them a larger footprint than we normally would with a sleeping cab, I don't think we have to stretch the limits to allow them to have more floor space than necessary when they're doing the, I'll call it the renovation of that building or the repair of that building. So that's just one thing that comes to my mind. I know I'm furthering on what Councillor Cooper said, but I think that's something to review as you approach making your final report. Councillor, are there any other comments on this at this time? Then I'm going to go moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to prepare a recommendation report and bylaw for official plan amendment O25-01 and zoning bylaw amendment Z25-03 for 68 Forest Lane for Council's consideration at a subsequent meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And to the best of my knowledge, that ends the public portion of our meeting. This concludes the Planning Act public meeting portion of the agenda. All comments, questions, and concerns raised at the public meeting have been recorded and will be taken into consideration by staff prior to a recommendation being brought forward. The public meeting is now closed at 12:29 p.m. And I am going to propose we take a lunch break and come back. Can we do it in half an hour? Or do you want 3/4 of an hour? 45, then we're coming back at 1:15. All right, we're adjourning for lunch, and you and your and we're coming back at 1:45. And at 1:45, we're going to go into staff. Sorry, 1:15. Thank goodness my clerk's paying attention. We're coming back at after 45 minutes at 1:15, and then we're going to go to staff reports, the first one of which is extension of draft plan approval for condominium C 2004-02. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'm just wondering if we could advance. We've had a couple sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning that have been waiting to be heard. I'm just wondering if we could switch things around so that they could get heard first.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion. So we will do site alteration repair order for 33 Port 7 Road at approximately 1:15. Thank you. All right, that makes it. I appreciate that suggestion. Thank you. All right. 1:15. Am I ever impressed? I didn't hit the gavel or anything. Okay. I'm going to suggest that with the staff report section, we'll go with 8B, and then we'll go to 8C, and finally 8A. So 8B, site alteration repair order for 33 Port 7 Road North. Mr. Bondar, I believe you're the one who provided us with the report, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I do have a presentation today as part of my report going over the site alteration violation at 33 Port 7 Road North. So to provide a bit of background, the subject property, as I mentioned, is 33 Port 7 Road North. I have provided two aerial photos, the one on the left being from 2013 and the one being the most recent one that the township has access to, which is 2023. So just to provide a bit of a background as to the different landscaping that's occurred from the site of pre-development to what's currently ongoing at the property. So to just provide a bit of background, Site Alteration Bylaw 2014-72 is a bylaw to prohibit and regulate the placing or dumping or removal of fill in areas of the township of Georgian Bay. So this matter being brought forward to you is through section 3.1 that states, no person shall place or remove fill or cause or permit any site alteration on lands within the area defined in this bylaw as the shoreline area, except as noted in section 4, exemptions from application of the bylaw. So the property at 33 Port 7 Road North is what's classified as an R4, a residential 4 property, that usually does carry a front yard setback of 7.5 meters. But as per the zoning bylaw, if a front yard butts a navigable waterway, the minimum front yard setback shall be 20 meters. So to provide a bit of background, the shoreline area in the site alteration bylaw is defined as the area of land abutting a water body that is located within the front yard setback as defined in the township zoning bylaw, and includes the area of land extending to the existing level of water, or of the level of the abutting water body. So that's why we're here today. Since the setback is larger based off it abutting a navigable waterway, a site alteration violation was found at the subject property. So this is just a really condensed version of the timeline of events that have happened that have gotten us here today. So on May 26th, a complaint was lodged by a resident, concerns for a boathouse being renovated without a permit and shoreline work ongoing. On the same day, myself and a member of the building department attended the site, and from my end, loads of rock were placed at the shoreline area. They were just placed and dumped there, so I was provided the owner 2 weeks to remove all the rocks. There wasn't any type of fill at this time placed within the shoreline. It was just some construction rock that was placed there. As part of this, I also provided a detailed explanation of the site alteration bylaw, the violation that's present, and what needs to be rectified. On June 19th, a second complaint was lodged, and when I attended the site for this, the grade of the property was completely changed, and armor stone was also placed along the shoreline, both of which were not present during my initial site visit on May 26, 2025. And at this time, a stop work order was issued under the authority of the site alteration bylaw. June 24th, to try and assist myself, met on site with a member of the building staff and another bylaw department staff to discuss the concerns with the resident to try and provide some clarification as to what violations were found. And 2 days following, charges were laid against the property owner for a violation of the bylaw, and a repair order to remedy the shoreline area was provided as well. On July 4th, the repair order was challenged, and that's why we're here today. They did file an email with the clerk's department to be heard in front of council pertaining to this matter. So the next couple of slides will be some site overview. So this is from June 19th. So I am standing at the base of the boathouse that was currently under construction without an active building permit currently issued for it. So as you can see, an excavator with a large change in grade, and the rock also placed along within the shoreline area. This provides a front-facing view of that. As you can see, the house is elevated and the slope was raised up. And a photo you will see later does show a grade change, significant factor from the neighboring property's property line. So following this site visit, major concerns that were found were the alteration of the natural grade compared to neighboring properties and the armor stone placed within the shoreline. Due to the concerns, a stop work order was issued and posted on the front door as it was the available location as per the requirements for the bylaw. And following the site visit, the property owner disregarded the stop work order and placed a truck of gravel fill within the shoreline area as well. So when we attended the site the next day, or sorry, not the next day, during our next site visit, which was on June 24th, 2025. This is a shot from the top patio of the dwelling. So as you can see now, on the left side of that image is a large placement of small granular fill of gravel placed within the shoreline area. It's 11.6 meters sitting back to the current patio that was installed. And it's almost like a tier. So as you step down, there's the one tier and then it drops down again towards the water. To provide a bit of a general overview, the red area would be classified as the violation within the site alteration bylaw for the works conducted on the property. So this image here is on the left side. So that is the mountain of fill on the right side. The wood pile there and that string line is the property line that between the neighboring properties. So as you can see, the neighboring property does have some natural grass going through the wood pile that they have. And there is a large slope now that does move up towards the property owner's subject property. So in part of the repair order, just to summarize, it's to bring the shoreline back into compliance, and it was ordered that the individual, one, install silt fence along the downgrading extent of the entire shoreline to prevent earth and debris from migrating towards the adjacent water features, which was to be completed by July 3rd. The property owner has done this and installed silt fence at this time. The second was to submit a reclamation plan by a qualified environmental consultant to the township for approval prior to the commencement of any work by August 1st, and it was to provide details on how the affected area will be reclamated to its natural state. And it should also provide deals on proper drainage, as there would be concerns from water runoff and how close the adjacent properties now are based off the features that have been constructed at the property. And then last, once the reclamation was reviewed by the township's environmental consultant, it would be approved and then completed in accordance with the approved plans by no later than August 31st, 2025. So for consideration by council, as you can see, some of those dates have dated us and it would not be reasonable to ask the individual to complete all this work within a 2-week time period. So staff's recommendation is for council to confirm the repair order, but alter the required dates for the reclamation plan to be submitted to the township and for the work to be completed / approved in full. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any other staff member wish to add anything to this? Mr. Fancini, do you wish to make some comment on this at this point? Okay. Then I'm turning it over to council. And Councilor Graziano, if you wouldn't mind initiating the conversation.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a few questions, and perhaps a few questions directed to the applicant as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at the page number here. I apologize. What page would this be? It's a PDF that pulled up. There was a photo that staff had presented whereby it gave you a shot of the water, and it gave a measurement of 11.6 meters by 4 by 3 meters. Josh, do you mind pulling that back up for a moment? Sorry, I'm trying to reference a page number here, but is that what it is? 144, 159? Sorry, thank you. I'm not opening it up in PDF or other in my browser. That would be it. On the left-hand side where the grass is that the applicant's property or is that the neighbor's property?
That's correct.
There's a boat there as well?
Yeah. Through your worship, to Councilor Graziano, from my understanding, that boat on the left side of the photo is not the property owner's. The pontoon boat that's covered by the 4.3 meters is the property owner's. I'm not sure of the exact property line over on that side and how far it would stretch, but some of that grass is likely the property owner's that this matter is pertaining to today.
Okay, so some of the grass, but maybe not all of the grass pertains to the property owner. And the nature of my question is more so about the grading. Assuming that that grass is the neighbors, or partially some of that grass is the neighbors, it looks like the grade on the left side is equal to the grade in front of me, and maybe I'm wrong. It could be just perspective here that I'm not seeing the grade. Actually, in fact, it looks like it slopes down to the left. But when you look at it from what I'm assuming is the house towards the water, it looks like the grade is following the immediate neighbor to the left. I can't see the neighbor to the right. I do see the firewood, but that doesn't really help me understand what the grade looks like on the other side there. So I'm just wondering, grade-wise, if it's equal to the surrounding abutting neighbors. Mr. Is it Finelli? I'm sorry. The gravel that was put there, may I ask, sir, what is the gravel's intention? Where was it going to be put? I just don't understand where it was going to be used based on the pictures here. Could you? Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Sorry, excuse me. I'd appreciate if you could come forward in front of the mic. It's for our audience outside this room. Thank you.
Okay, the gravel that was brought there was when they did the stop work order, they told me I can continue working on my patio interlocking because that's in the permit. So what I had, because I had the machine there already that I had stopped, so I had the gentleman bring the gravel to the back so I could put it inside where I'm working. Same as the interlock that he says is on the shoreline, the skids of interlocking was brought there so I could easily get it to put inside the patio. So that gravel was all made for my patio and the interlocking.
And where is the patio? I'm looking at, if I may,
If you see where the table is right now, that is the patio. It's just sitting on gravel because I had to bring more gravel in to level to put my interlock.
Okay, so just to confirm then, sir, the gravel that we saw in the photo was actually intended for the top area there where that small little table set looks like, and you would have interlocked that area. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was granted to you in your permit?
Yes, that was all. The deck was allowed. They measured it. I was under, they said the 5 meters, and I was allowed to continue working on my deck, but I couldn't touch the dirt. So I had to bring the gravel to the back so I could put it into the deck. And they said because I placed it on lines or allowance, I wasn't allowed to. And I said it was just put there while I had a machine there before the guy took away his machine.
Thank you for that. And where did they say specifically you had to leave the gravel in order to fill it for?
In the driveway or right into the spot where the interlock was going. But I had to get it prepped, and you have to put a little bit of gravel compacted to make your base properly, otherwise your interlock's going to be moved. So I just had the machine bring it to the back, but it wasn't going to stay there. It was just to do my patio. Same as the interlocking. Instead of trying to walk one by one, interlocking from the front of the house or the back of the house, however you want to classify it, to the front, he brought it down there so it was easy access for me to get it. And they said I had to move it, so as soon as they told me again I had to move it, I hired a machine to come to the property, put all the gravel and the interlock in there, and I had to hand bomb everyone one by one to try to place it.
I thank you for your question. My last comment, Your Worship, is page 6 of 17. I am seeing the numbers now, so at least on the report here that is opened up on my side, it's a side-by-side comparison from an aerial view of past versus current, prior to construction, after construction. And it looks like the boathouse was always there. So much so that it even looks like it extends into that. What specifically, if I may ask a question to staff, is the issue with the boathouse? Why was, or is the boathouse even a factor of consideration in this particular application?
I can speak to the boathouse through Your Worship. The boathouse needs Trent approval. He was doing some work to the cribs and structural work that would have kicked him into a building permit.
Okay, so it requires a permit.
A building permit and Trent approval as well.
And
I
So do you
did.
not have Trent approval?
So what happened was, once I was notified I had to, that same day, I applied to the Trent, paid the $57, which I came in the next day and showed them that I did the application. I paid the $57 for the boathouse.
Have you since received approval, or is that?
They said I should be getting it this month.
Okay, so.
But I talked to the gentleman there at the Trent Severance Way, and we went over everything. And he said, "Yeah, you should be getting your thing this month." But I didn't know I needed, because I wasn't building a new one. I was just repairing, so I wasn't the intent that I didn't need a permit. But soon as David told me I needed a permit, I went right after he left. I went and got it done,
Thank
and
you.
I stopped all work.
At this point, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Bocek, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did perform a site visit and went over a lot of the information with the person sitting before us. And I have a few comments to make. First thing, it is explained in this document that it's a boathouse. It's not a boathouse, because the definition of a boathouse is different than a boat port. And this is a boat port. It doesn't have any sidewalls, doesn't have a back wall. And this structure was falling down. It was righted back up again and made so that it wasn't going to fall down and damage anything. That's my first note. The side lot grading. This property was higher than the adjacent properties, always has been. So what has been done is it's been tapered off, which our staff thought that the landscaping should taper off. And then they were going to put stone in and put a weeping tile in so that it could drain off and be filtered through filter cloth before entering the water. I think that's a great idea. As far as a navigational waterway, this was a canal that was dug by Sanderson's Trailer Park. It's not a natural waterway. And when they dredged that out, it took quite a bit of this gentleman's property. And his property actually goes under the water. And that's seen in the survey that was provided. So I think when we get the report from the Trent Severn Waterway, we'll find out exactly what that dredged out canal was. Second to that dredged out canal, the township approved a launch ramp to go into that canal, a big cement launch ramp. And then on the park side, there's stone put all the way along that wall on the park side, the Port Severn Park. I understand that it's federally regulated and provincially regulated, and approvals were done by the province. But you have that rock along that wall. You have an asphalt walkway within the setback. So there's got to be a double standard here. You know, it's Port Severn Park. It was approved by the township. It was approved by the province. They have a stone wall running all the way down this dugout canal and an asphalt walkway put in there. So I really think there's a double standard being talked about here. And I feel that not enough research was done before the charges were laid. The charge came with a huge monetary value, which I don't believe is correct. And I really think that the man before us here has tried to do the best he can with advice from this township on how we should carry out the work. Now, there is some things that need to be repaired here and brought back to a natural state, which he has agreed to do. So I think what's being brought to council today is perhaps not the whole story. And I think this should be reviewed, especially when it comes to the modifications to the parkland, which you can take a pitching wedge and chip across the canal to. It's that close to his property. So at that, I'll leave it at that. But from my site visit and from looking at the paperwork and the survey, everything else that's been done here, I'm quite happy with the work that's been done. I think it's going to better the property. And actually, when you look at all the adjacent properties, their shorefront has fallen into this canal, this man-made canal. All he was trying to do is stop his property from being eroded and falling into the canal. So I'll leave it at that. And I'll let anybody else at council ask any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a question to either building or bylaw. If the property owner had looked to do this in consultation with the township, would he have needed to have a zoning amendment? Or how could he have accomplished?
Through your worship to Councillor Predko, there is a section of the site alteration bylaw that allows for, if there's work for an individual that would like to complete that would naturally violate the site alteration bylaw, they can come to council for consideration for an exemption to the bylaw prior to the work being commenced. Since the violation was found after the work was commenced, that's why the enforcement measures take place with the repair order. But if I'm not mistaken, it is there is section 5 of the bylaw that allows for that, at least through the site alteration bylaw. I'm not sure if there's anything through planning that would differ.
Director Whitlow, is that your microphone you turned
It
on?
is. I'm just turning my camera on. Thank you. Further to what municipal law staff have said, so had the landowner proceeded with an application under the site alteration bylaw, I heard reference somewhere at the council table to site plan control. Staff would have at the time probably considered what was submitted through the site alteration bylaw process and made a determination whether that was adequate under that process or whether further site plan control would also be required to ensure that it's enforced down the road. But that would have been, I realize we're talking a hypothetical, but that's how that would have played out.
So then, I guess the answer is to if council today, we really have two options in front of us. One is to take the recommendation of staff on the repair order. And if we turn that down, what's the alternative? If we don't approve this, are we, go ahead. Oh, through you.
Through your worship, if it's not either confirmed or altered by staff, then the repair order is revoked. And the work that the individual has conducted on the property will remain, and then they can continue work, and there'd be no further enforcement that could be proceeded on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, to our, actually, Josh, would you mind pulling up the that schedule you had of when it was from the time of the first complaint, please? One, it's an amazingly tight timeline considering other things that have gone on in this township over the years. So the resident, I guess the resident was first notified of the issues on the 26th.
Through your worship, there were separate concerns. It was not the current status of the property. Everything was in kind of a natural state. It was more just some large rock had been placed within the shoreline, which could have just been easily removed. Not easily, but with machinery.
Yeah.
And as the officer, I didn't deem that we had to go through the whole enforcement steps of a repair order. It was more just to remove that rock within 2 weeks. With summer months being busy, as you can see, the timeline difference from the 26th to 19th is a little longer than 14 days. But it was on my agenda, and then another complaint was raised. So to do a preliminary update to that original site inspection, that's when the June 19th was when the actual matters that you're seeing before you today were brought forward, and that's
But
what
there was a time in there when there was an opportunity to make some relatively inexpensive corrections to the site per the rocks had been placed early on. That type of thing could have been relieved very quickly.
Yeah, through your worship, and that was the main, as on May 26th, as you can see, an email was provided explaining the site alteration bylaw in depth to the property owner. I understand, just to provide some education, so understanding the provisions, where this is being applied and what work wouldn't be permitted on the property.
Okay, thank you. Next question for the our Director of Planning. This property owner would have, I presume, applied for a permit to build that place because it looks like it's relatively new. Am I correct in that? or not?
With respect to the dwellings, or
Yeah.
just through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, so my understanding, there's no issue with the building permit with the dwelling.
No, but there was a permit issued, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we were well aware he was building there, is what I'm
Correct,
getting at.
correct,
And there would have been site plan control as part of that building permit, correct, or not?
At the time, I'm not sure of the timing of the building permit, certainly pursuant to the regulatory changes that are currently in effect under the Planning Act, the township would have had the authority to impose site plan control, right? It's within 150 meters of a water body.
Would the applicant have been made aware of site plan control? Hypothetically, I mean, and obviously, I don't think you were here when it happened, but just wondering what your thinking is on that.
I want to, before answering that question, want to understand and look at building staff in terms of when that permit for that dwelling might have
It
been issued.
likely wouldn't have been brought forward to them, given the planning department the way it was prior.
At that time, okay. Interesting.
So we do look at lock grading and that very closely when they're that close, and Luigi was aware, because I'd mentioned it numerous times about the lock grading between him and his neighbors, and we would be looking at that at that time. That's building's major concern, is the lock grading, given how close all those houses are to each other, and I don't need another issue.
I mean, I go back to Councilor Graziano's comment with regards to the photos on page 6 that show from the overhead. It looks like the lot immediately to the left, as you're looking at the water, it looks like it's had significant alterations to its landscape since it was like 2013, which I guess is sort of unfortunate. I know I cannot use a proper pitch wedge to get a ball across that canal, unfortunately. But I do know that there are lots of double standards in this community as our bylaws evolve, and that's just a fact of life. Got to deal with it. So I'm failing to understand why things kept going ahead when you put a stop work order on, not stop work order, when you advised that things should be, taken away that had been put in place. So that's why I'm really grappling with, is why things just kept going ahead. But anyway, thank you very much for the information.
Councilor Graziano, did you want to make additional remarks?
I do, but I'm happy to cede to others who have yet to make any remarks until the second round, unless.
Sure. Thank you. So I'm a little interested in this, in the building permit that was issued for the deck, the porch, the interlock, whatever that is. When was that done this year or years ago?
I don't know. The building permit's fairly old on that place. I think it's probably been under construction for. It's 22-294 is the permit number, so it was issued in 2022.
And do they expire or do they?
No, he's been continuing construction on the structure. He hasn't stopped. He's been working to get it done. The boat port or boathouse or whatever you want to call it, that was something that was new that we looked at this year, and we will be getting a permit for it.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out in my head what's kind of going on from the resident's perspective, and it sounds like he's got a building permit for the stuff, the deck, the interlocking deck in the backyard. The pile of gravel seems to be related to it, and it seems like in his mind he's thinking he's continuing with that, but then we've got other things going on that perhaps weren't part of that approval. Yes?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, the main concern on the property is in regards to the large armor stone placed within the shoreline and the grade change behind the armor stone that causes a large dip towards the neighboring properties. The purpose of the gravel fill and where that the individual under a site alteration bylaw, they have a permit for the dwelling, and you would be allowed to create a patio, and the site alteration states you can create that site alteration 5 meters away from an approved dwelling. So that patio size fits within that 5 meters. And so as part of that site inspection, when the gravel fill was placed, I had instructed the individual if that gravel fill needs to move out of the shoreline area and it needs to at least get into the patio where it's permitted to be. So while the gravel is not the large concern, it was placed further into the shoreline area after a stop work order was placed. But the main concern standing on the property is not the gravel fill. It is the grade change within the shoreline and the large river rock or armor stone that is, we have concerns now that because the grade change would cause a drainage issue on the property. Yeah, I can throw the photo here. So this is, as you can see, to Councillor Graciano's point before in regards to the grade, while yes, where I am standing right now is right at the shoreline, while that grade may have not significantly changed compared to the neighboring properties, it's that armor stone and all the fill behind that has changed the grade. And as defined in the site alteration bylaw, that is the shoreline area.
Okay, so thank you for that. I really have probably just one more question here. And that is there a possibility of putting a suspension on the stop work order to enable the property owner to go through a minor variance application process to get approval for what he wants to do? Because I understand in the site alteration, it's kind of binary. You either comply or you don't comply. But we have a minor variance process or a planning council processes where council could maybe say this is a good thing and we want to allow it. And I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity for that process to?
Thank you, through your worship. To be clear, there is no zoning violation here. So the minor variance, for example, would not be a remedy. The development is in compliance with the zoning bylaw. And if I may add, having heard about the 2022 date of that building permit would have been issued during that period of time when the province revoked the ability of municipalities to use site plan control for developments of 10 or fewer units. So site plan control was not applicable in 2022 when the permit was taken out.
So again, I'm not close enough. I have not done an on-site inspection like some of my other councillors here, but when I look at what he's doing, I'm kind of thinking maybe that's a good thing, but I think more inspection may be useful, but maybe it's a good thing, but it violates a current policy. What can we do about it?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, as mentioned, the council has the option today to confirm, repair, or revoke the order. So if it's council's wishes today to allow the individual to continue that work, council has the option to revoke it. The goal of this repair order, as mentioned, is seen as in many planning applications, is to have a qualified environmental consultant bring this site back to its natural state, because that is the goal, as council always mentions, of you from the canoe, to keep these areas natural. So that's why this enforcement is conducted in this type of way.
And thank you for that, but I'm kind of relying on Councillor Bocek's observations of that whole area, that going back to a natural state may not necessarily be the right goal, although the bylaw says that that's what we need to do. That's why I'm asking, what options do we have to consider things differently? And if the only option is to revoke the order, if there are no, I guess,
You've made the point.
No, but I want to ask our Director of Planning, is there any formal process that this applicant would need to go through if this order is rejected?
Through the mayor, again, no, there's no planning violation, so there's no planning instrument necessary to remedy this situation.
Okay, this is an interesting conundrum. Thank you very much.
Councilor Graziano, and then we'll go to the applicant's agent.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And so essentially what I'm hearing is that we can blame the province for this because we didn't have the opportunity to say, don't do that. What I've heard was that to Councillor Bocek's point, that the grade was originally higher to begin with. And based on the pictures that I saw and I'm just going to cite that picture number now, 13 of 17, we can see that the grade is still somewhat higher relative to the neighbors. I guess the concern that I have is two things. One, the perspectives of the pictures are not helping me better understand why there's a grade issue, because as it stands right now, if it was sloping at a higher point and coming down towards the water, there's going to be a higher probability of runoff making its way to the water on a higher, tighter slope coming down towards the water relative to what perhaps has been done based on the pictures that I see now, where it looks as though if what I'm hearing is accurate, not to say that it's not, that the owner, the applicant, has made his lot equal to that of his abutting neighbor to the left. Again, I can't see the abutting neighbor to the right, and perhaps the pictures would have helped me understand where the neighbor to the right is. And so if I'm seeing that, and if I'm seeing kind of based on this picture in slide 13 of 17, it's going, the lot is tapering to the left towards the grass, and assuming, and perhaps it's a question to the applicant on what he intends to put there after the fact. If there's grass that's going to be there, my assumption would be that the water would be absorbed, flow possibly down as it would have normally based on the original grade, and maybe make its way over to the left with his abutting neighbor where there's grass looking like it's there as well, or on that flat part there where I see 4.3 meters on the horizontal, and then being absorbed into that as well. I'm curious, do we happen to have a survey? Because someone had referenced a survey here and I didn't see one. And I'm kind of curious to know where the lot line was, because Councillor Bocek alluded to the fact that this property actually goes under the waterway, and I'm wondering how much under the waterway there is. And then second to that, do we have a building permit site plan that I can review? I'm just curious to know what was the allowable envelope that building could occur within. Is there any information that we can share here that I can see?
There would be a survey for the building permit, but it would be for the structure and stuff that he was building, the brand new building and everything else.
Okay, within that survey, would there not have been an identification of where building could occur? Is there normally?
It would be where he proposed to put the structure and where it was approved by the planning department on the survey.
Okay, so the building envelope area would have been shown.
It would be where he proposed to build the structure, the final thing that would have been signed off by the planning department.
Does any of this, do any of these changes fall within that zone?
No, they don't.
They do not. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Huizenga, you wanted to add a comment or two? I'm going to encourage you to be brief.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you again. I've been listening in, and I will try to keep it brief. I just have a few points from the discussion that I've heard here. First, and to the last point made by the councillor there. So this development on this property was approved via building permit. It was reviewed by the planning department. The dwelling was located, or could have been located at, I believe, as little as 7.5 meters from the water. Was located about 15 meters from the water because the proponent opted to have a little bit more space in between the dwelling and the water to kind of allow for this grading to occur. And you heard your building official there also mention that drainage was a significant concern or consideration in the development of this property. And it's my understanding from talking to Mr. Ficini here that the work that you're seeing on the shoreline there abutting the property near that log pile, that was basically done to encourage drainage to kind of flow down to the water and absorb through what will eventually be softscaping and not intrude onto the neighbor's property. So another couple comments just to Councillor Bocek's point. It's a very good point. This is a man-made canal, so the policies that we're considering when we're talking about naturalizing shorelines and things like that, they don't really go into the fine-grained details of whether a water body is significant wetlands or significant wildlife habitat or man-made or structure. That kind of fine-grained consideration occurs at the planning stage. And so in this case, we've got a channel that's very heavily man-made, used by boats, used by people as what is now a public park and what was previously a trailer park on the opposite bank. So there's been heavy disturbance to the shoreline here. And so as a kind of follow-up to that, if council does want to proceed with this, my concern on behalf of my client would be what we're defining natural state as being, because you can see in the aerial photography that going back 30, 40 plus years, this property has essentially been grass sloping down to the water. And so to ask for an ecologist report to recommend a full naturalization plan, which I'm very familiar with, TULIC prepares these all the time, we'd probably be looking at natural vegetative plantings, running from the shoreline right up to the house or right up to the patio at quite a dense level of planting. And that's not corresponding at all to either what was present on the property before or what we see in the surrounding area. And the last kind of tack on point to that is this property is within the Port Severn community area. It's not a shoreline residential property. And for that reason, the shoreline residential policies about or provisions in the zoning bylaw about natural vegetative buffers don't necessarily apply, although the site alteration permit shoreline area definition does still apply. So it's kind of a gray area with your policies here in the township, and it was a bit of a head scratcher for me as well when it was brought to my attention. But I believe that the reclamation of the property to the standard that the client is proposing is a suitable net improvement, and I think that's the test in your policies. It will address drainage issues, and there will be some plantings there that weren't there before. So that's just my brief comment for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a few comments, but initially a question, and that is to our staff. Have you received let me call it a proposed design for this backyard? I'm not going to call it reclamation, but I'll call it the future of the backyard or the future of that waterfront area. Have you received a design or a proposal of how things could be?
Your worship, no, the township hasn't received any type of design in regards to some of the stormwater that was, or any type of work that is to propose. The reason why this repair order was issued to the property is through the site alteration bylaw. It meets the definition of the shoreline area. It meets the definition of site alteration with the placement of rock and the change in grade on the property, likely to alter then the natural drainage course of the property. And we would like an environmental consultant, a professional, to then prepare a report on how that's going to be properly installed within the shoreline area, because my afraid is if we revoke it, then problems will likely arise if proper measures aren't taken during the construction process from a professional.
Thank you. I mean, I'm hearing lots of questions, a lot of people trying to understand the history, and I'll just tell you my understanding of it. I had no idea what was going on here other than from the street side, because when I drive by it, there are 3 houses, both neighbors on either side are relatively new construction. Mr. Ficini's home is relatively new construction. Not aware of anything. June 20th, I believe was the date, because that was a Friday. I was in here, I think it was a committee of adjustment day actually for something. And I received a phone call from Mr. Ficini expressing concerns. I understood he'd also been in the office. And so that's my starting point. And I look at this history, and part of the history that I understand is Mr. Ficini was told that he needed a building permit for the changes to the boathouse and approval from Trent Severn Waterway, and he proceeded to address those, to the best of my knowledge. Replied to great. He was also told on May 26th that there are issues with regards to the site alteration, and yet I'm not aware that he addressed that. I don't think he discussed with you or with anybody else, well, this is what I'm planning. How can I change it that I'm on side? And that's, to me, the disappointment from what I understand at this point. And if at some point you want to correct me, that's fine. But I just want to finish my bit. June 20th, I went to our park directly opposite, and I looked at half a dozen lots, or whatever they are there. 5 out of 6 lots are pretty consistent. They have a grass slope, sort of sloping down into the canal, the water, whatever to call it, and one was different. It had great big stone and a bunch of dirt. And what bothers me, quite frankly, and I think it should be the issue in front of us, is not where the house was placed. We understand it has zoning approval, it's fine. The 5-foot deck is with the stone around that to support a flat area, that's all fine. What bothers me is 3 weeks later, we put a stop work order on it because it doesn't appear that Mr. Faccini has addressed the concerns that were expressed to him on May 26th and worked out with staff who more often than not are fairly reasonable to work with. Mr. Faccini himself said he had great deal of, I don't think he used the word pleasure, but cooperation working with the building department. I'm disappointed that that didn't happen here. I think that Mr. Zinga made a valuable point that, you know, this may not be where we need an ecologist to come in and make this a totally natural shoreline. If he wants to be consistent with the neighbors, there's going to be some grass sloping down. The concern that Mr. Bondar has expressed about water and where it's going to flow and all that stuff, if I were a neighbor, I don't want his water on my lawn. I think that's perfectly fair. Mr. Faccini's not even arguing with me on this one. So my question is, why the heck did Mr. Faccini not sit down with Mr. Bondar or somebody else who has more knowledge than Mr. Bondar on site alteration and all that and say, what if I put the wall here instead of there? Or what if I did this or that? Because, I mean, I look at the one picture that has the old pile of logs on the one side and a whole pile of dirt on the other side. I think there's water funneling in there. And unless that, okay, might be a gully, is actually a gully, that water is going to flow down off that pile of dirt and into the neighbor's lawn, unless the neighbor's lawn is slightly higher. In other words, to me, and I'm going to finish soon, but to me, darn it, this should have been worked out between Mr. Faccini and the township. And I don't like the fact, Mr. Faccini, that after 3 weeks, it appears that you weren't trying to work this out with the township, and I wish you had. And to me, that's the issue in front of us right now, is given the stop work order, and for reasons that I think are reasonably valid, they're real concerns, I don't want this to go and explode. I don't want to say, well, no, staff is wrong. I think staff are absolutely correct. They wanted to make sure that Mr. Faccini's backyard or front yard, whatever you want to call it, waterside yard, did not offend the neighbors. And what I mean by offending the neighbors, did not push a bunch of water on theirs, and also more or less fit in. And so I'm not against armor stone walls at appropriate locations. I just wish we had worked this out, and I'm really hoping that council, whatever we decide with all this, don't just back up and say Mr. Faccini's 100% right and staff's 100% wrong, because that's not correct. But I hope they don't say staff is 100% right, Mr. Faccini's 100% wrong. No, let's meet in the middle here, please. That's my take on it. Mr. Faccini, I'll let you respond to that.
Okay, when I got the stop work order, I came in the next day. As I talked to David, because even before I did any landscape, I asked, do I need any permits? They said no. I said, okay. So I came in, I had a lot of meetings with David, and he said, make sure you do a swale on both sides, which I understand. Make sure the water doesn't go to the neighbor. In the picture, you could see I got the row in the front. That row is going to come down the side to the other patio. So there's going to be a 3 to 4 foot section there with a weeper swale in, and then it's going to step back with another stone that's higher to bring my other elevation. Because if you look at the corner of the house, I'm on a big rock there. That's why the property slopes. So as of now, you see a pile of dirt that looks like it's going to the neighbors. But at the bottom row of that armor stone, that was going to come as an L towards my home. So that part was gonna be low, like the front parts matches one side of my neighbor, and as you can see where the interlock was, matches my other neighbor. So that was gonna come and then come up the 20-inch stone again. So it'd be like a flower bed L shape, and you would have the spot low like the neighbor's house on one side with a weeper in there with a swale. The same as I did on the side where the other house is, where you saw the pile of interlock sitting up there. That was all one lot. Our lot was up higher and then it sloped right down. The reason why it looks more puff is because when we're placing the interlock, we had to make it level for the interlock, so that just got placed on top. That's not final grade. And like I was trying to explain to them, like, let me finish here. And then, like I said, if Dave then had an issue with my drainage, we'll repair it before everything gets done. But as it sat, I couldn't do anything. As they seen, even where the dock is across, as they seen, like I put the extra filter cloth that he asked me for, but I already filter cloth under that dirt, so no dirt would go on into the water. So I already went ahead of the thing, and that whole front section right at the dock to the neighbor, that if you're looking from the water, be on the left, we're all one level. And then on the right, we're all one level. But because the house with the big rock here slopes down like this, I was retaining by putting, it was going to be a double layer stone with like a 2-foot flower bed in between. So you have one armor stone here, one here to grade it flat to match my stone. And it would have went all around, so the water would never went into the neighbor's property. And that's what I was achieving. And that's when I was talking to David to make sure my swales are in so the water doesn't go. Yeah, as the picture looks today, it looks bad, but it was not finished. If I never got stopped, and I said, let me finish and work. And they said, no, you got to do a stop work order. And that's how we're situated today. Plus, when I did my building permit on the home, where that row of armor stone is practically was where I was allowed to build my home. Because in the R4 thing, they stated to me when I had to stay 7.5 meters from the shoreline, 7.5 meters from the road, 2 meters on each side. So that's why when they came and said my stone is in the 20-meter mark, I'm saying that I could build my home here, which that would have been my home line. And all the fill that I dug from my home was sitting there for the last 2 years. So I never put no more fill. I was removing fill, trying to get it level to make it back to as natural as I could.
Okay. Mr. Fedori, so how often in your building responsibilities are you controlling or directing landscaping? That's not usually part of the building code, or is it?
I don't direct landscaping, but I did mention numerous times when I was there, I was concerned about the swales, given how high that property is to the adjacent properties. I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get a complaint from the water discharging from Luigi's property onto the other two adjacent properties. Because if you're standing in front of Luigi's, the one to the left is relatively the same height. I'm concerned about the one to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one closer to, I'll call it Gloucester Pool.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Claudia's.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, one more question, and then I'm going to go back to council. And that I'm going to direct to Mr. Bondar, whoever you elect. What's the easiest or best way that we can get this whole thing resolved?
Your worship, the practice as myself and as an officer who's been enforcing the set alteration bylaw, I am not an ecologist, hydrologist, environmentalist. I enforce the bylaw, and I have the powers as the repairer to allow a professional, like we see in all our Planning Act applications, to prepare a report for us. A lot of the times for cases like this, I even recommend that their consultant have a preliminary meeting with our consultant to understand what is expected on the property and what can understand. I don't think easiest is the best solution for something like this. I think we have a site alteration violation that needs to be addressed because of some of those
I
problems.
should have asked what's the most practical under the circumstances, and you basically saying bring it somebody in to assist Mr. Ficini in coming up with a solution that works for the best compromise for everybody, if I can put it that way.
That's correct. To make sure that everything's brought back to, I know we kept going back on natural state, but so that it's, keeps the same as the other neighboring properties to ensure that the drainage is properly addressed so that there's no concerns for that once all that is completed. And then to alter the dates because it's not reasonable for Mr. Vicini to be able to complete this work in 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm going to go back to council. I've had my turn for now, and I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, a couple more comments, and one was made online here. There's a overlying theme that this is a natural shoreline and should be brought back to a natural shoreline. It's not. It's a dredged out channel. There is no natural shoreline at all. So I don't know how we're going to bring it back to that. And it seems like what I've heard from staff, from bylaw and everything else, the concern is the one side of the house only, where they think that the tapering off of the big rock that the house is sitting on is too steep. That's the only thing I've heard that you're looking to have altered, because everything else seems to kind of be within compliance. He could have built his house all the way down to where that armor stone is. He didn't. He moved it forward. So if he could build his house there to that point, why couldn't he put armor stone there? I think he's talked to the planning department. I think he's talked to the building department. And at that time, everything was okay. But now that it's done, everything's not okay. And now you want to fine him. You want him to get a ecologist or whatever. That should have been done before he did this work. As far as he knew, he was doing everything within his building permit, and he spoke to the building department, and they said the grading, which I don't know is a part of the building department's auspice, the grading had to be done in such a way that it didn't put water onto the neighbor's property. So as far as I'm concerned, that's the only issue. And if there's no other answer because it's sitting up on a big bald rock, then the water would go down there anyways, regardless of what he did. But he's tried to rectify that by putting a slope on it, which he's told he should do, and put a weeping tile in. There's also a weeping tile around the foundation of the building. So when the water comes off, or runs down the side of the building, it goes down into the weeping tile as well. So the only thing I can hear that we need to address is the one side of the property, which has got the wrong slope on it, according to you. And does he have to go out and get an engineer to correct that problem? I don't think so. I think that can be solved without an engineer. And I'll go back to what was said online here. This is not a natural shoreline. There's nothing natural about it. It was dug out with an excavator. And look at the other side of the canal, what they did. Because it was dug out, they need to reinforce it so it didn't fall into the canal. So you fined them heavily. Perhaps you could tell me the value of the fine.
No, you can't. No. So through you, your worship, this is enforcement. Council does not have any jurisdiction over the enforcement piece of it. This is a bylaw. The bylaw is approved by council. Council has given the direction by approving the bylaw. As the enforcement process goes on through this is a matter that needs to be resolved with staff. That the fine was issued. Now, staff has that option. What the piece that council gets to debate is the piece that is enforcement. Right? We're at a point where our resident has an issue. Bylaw has followed the bylaw to enforce. Now it comes back to the process was not followed. The resident was given the opportunity to come with a plan to rectify this and goes forward. If our resident decides to bring a proposal to the municipality, at that point, the municipality staff has to decide what we're going to do with this. If his proposal is satisfactory to the staff, saying that we do not feel it needs to go to the environmentally special, then proceed. However, the window of opportunity was missed. If
we decide that, okay, we're going to work to a solution to this, that comes here. Council gets to set the policy, doesn't get to set the, if you don't agree with the bylaw, then we need the instruction to go back and reform the bylaw.
So I asked the question, so I guess you're addressing me with the answer there, Mr. Van Dam?
I'm addressing the chair on the procedures.
Okay, I thought you were addressing me because I had asked the question. And I'm not quite finished with my questioning here. You put a stop work order on this. I don't understand the basis of the stop work order still. The building department was satisfied with the building permit. The zoning department said they're not involved in this whatsoever. So now the bylaw department is making the decision over the building department and the planning department. And I just don't know, and I'm looking for an explanation here. I'm not making a statement. I'm looking for an explanation on what background does the bylaw department have in building and zoning. That's the only thing I'm asking. And perhaps you could give me a good answer.
I'm going to go to our building department and our bylaw department here in turn.
The stop work orders just concerning the site alteration. It's not stopping any of this construction on the building. It's got nothing to do with the building.
But if I could
so can I just
make
elaborate before
comment
we
to
go
that,
further?
Dave, you were the one that said that the building department is also involved in the grading. That was the words out of your mouth. Not just the building envelope, not just the building itself, but the grading too.
As part of the final inspection on every structure, we look at the finishes, lot grading, and everything else. When we go to achieve the lot grading, we look at the adjacent properties to make sure they're not going to get flooded out or impacted, and the downspouts are all going there. That's our lot grading that we look at.
Okay, but that's upon finishing.
Upon finishing, and given the location of those structures, I wanted to make sure Luigi was fully aware that he needed to look at this, because I didn't want to leave it till it was finished and then we have issues.
Thank you.
And do you want to add anything to that at this point?
Yeah, just for further clarification through your chair, the site alteration bylaw is under bylaws purview. We are not talking about building envelope. We're not talking about zoning or where this house could have been. Ultimately, we can all agree that that's not a natural shoreline. It still is a shoreline. It's still 20 meters from that navigable waterway. So that's why we are involved. Josh is doing his job. This is what the bylaw tells us to do, and this is why we're here today. So I just wanted to be clear. That's where it's coming from. It's not to do with building or zoning, and we've made that very clear to Mr. Piccini that he's not in trouble with zoning or building. He's in trouble with bylaw because the site alteration bylaw exists and he violated it. And we put the stop work order on there to stop so we can reassess to go from there, and it continued to happen. So that's why we're here. So just to reiterate, well, that's why we're there.
So we are here as council to not question anything but whether we agree with the violation, we agree with the bylaw and the fine, or we don't. In other words, council can revoke, or it can make a stay. That's my understanding.
Just for clarity, it's not to do with the fine, it's about the reclamation order. So under the site alteration bylaw, it has that option to appeal it at council. You can either confirm, appeal, like repeal it, or leave it the way it is. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the fine. We're not talking whether he was in violation. We have decided that as enforcement officers that that was a violation of the bylaw. That's why the fine was issued. The fines that were set by council. So what we're here to talk about is the reclamation order, whether he has to do the reclamation order to get a professional consultant to come in to look at that drainage. It's not going to be a natural shoreline that we would expect to see on Georgian Bay, because it's not a natural shoreline. We can agree on that, absolutely. But there is something better that could be done there to prevent that drainage to the neighbor, to prevent that shoreline from eroding. That's why this bylaw is in place.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, and I'm summarizing very briefly, but the motion in front of us is whether it is to confirm the repair order, which requires a reclamation plan. That's what we're discussing. Do we believe Mr. Piccini should supply a reclamation plan to staff or not? That's really where we're at. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Coots here, and I'm going to look to bylaw staff if I say this, but if I'm understanding that the concern seems to be less about restoring a natural shoreline, which does not appear to have ever been a natural shoreline, and the concern is more about lot grading and drainage, then perhaps the remedy under the restoration order is a professionally prepared lot grading plan, and then ensuring it's constructed in accordance with that plan.
One sentence in this motion is the reclamation plan shall provide details on proper drainage of the property, which, in my opinion, makes perfect sense. That is the biggest issue, or one of the biggest issues. All right, Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Just to summarize a final statement with regards to this matter, I don't think this is a who's right, who's wrong scenario. I think this is a series of unfortunate events. The applicant has the opportunity to build within this envelope and push back his home. He's also been addressing some challenges with regards to the lot itself and having some rock there, and the fill that he has on site, as he's alluded to, is fill from the excavation of the original footprint. We have bylaw doing their job, and of course, rightfully so. We do have bylaws that outline what is allowed, what is not allowed within our municipality. I've had the opportunity to work with Dave, and I know him to be incredibly fair when I've worked with him in past matters, as well as bylaw, mind you. And so there, to our mayor's point, is there needs to be a balance here. And I wonder if I may pose a question to the applicant. I understand that we are not here to waive the fine. It's not our what's prescribed to us as within our ability or within our jurisdiction as councillors. However, if we so choose to allow the applicant to proceed with his plan, there would not be a fine, from my understanding.
Through your chair, there will still be a fine. These are two separate matters. The fine was issued, then he can challenge that, which he has chosen to do through our screening and hearing processes through AMPS. This is a separate issue, so it's not related.
Okay, I'm not going to endeavor to go through the process with regards to this or that. We really have two options here, and I don't see the applicant as intentionally going beyond what he knew was not allowed. I don't see any mens rea here, any malicious intent. Rather, I see an applicant who has tried to work with our municipality throughout the course of this process, has moved some aggregate around in order to try to finish a deck and interlocking, which was allowed within the building permit to begin with, and some larger stones being added to his property, which ultimately is the cause of today's issues. I wonder if the applicant would consider working with a professional to be able to satisfy this and the requirements that the municipality has. Unfortunately, and it's my opinion, that I would perceive it to be insult to injury if, excuse me, the applicant had to pay a fine and then on top of that hire an engineer. I think that is now essentially costing the applicant an exorbitant amount of money, rather, in order to comply with our requirements, which at no fault of his own, he is now presented with this dilemma. So if there's no middle ground here, and it's either a yes or no, I'm going to opt to allow the applicant to proceed based on his application to this council. If there's a means in which we can find a compromise whereby he'll work with our municipality, endeavor to satisfy our municipality's drainage requirements, and then perhaps through some great act of our municipality, a bylaw agrees to, within their powers, perhaps walk away from what I'm assuming is a large ticket or fine. I don't know what's out there, but I think to our mayor's point, there needs to be a compromise here. Let's not just allow it to happen, but let's also not make this a travesty of justice and put all the burden back onto the applicant. Let's find a middle way, and I'm hoping that we can find one here today. So my concluding thoughts.
And I'm going to follow up on that if I may. I would like to modify the motion a little bit. And where I would like to modify the motion is absolutely submit a reclamation plan. I think that Mr. Ficini should discuss with staff how he's going to address the drainage. And I think it would behoove him to have somebody with some expertise on drainage and you know, whether it's a landscape architect, whether it's a drainage, doesn't matter. And I think it'd be in your best interest, sir, to have somebody else so it's not, so you could say, this is what the professional is recommending as opposed to just you. So that, I think it'll make everybody more comfortable. That's my advice. You take it or leave it. But I would like to get rid of the qualified environmental consultant aspect of it because I don't think that the expert necessarily has to be an environmental expert. I think they have to be a backyard waterfront expert in the sense that, as it's been made clear, this is not a natural waterfront as it has been there for thousands of years. This is something that it's a man-made waterfront. But I think, to me, it's important that we don't just let this, I think if we don't approve the confirming of a repair order and requiring Mr. Ficini to continue to work with the township, I think we're doing the township a disservice. And therefore, and I saw a little consulting between the bylaw officers. Is that going to cause you grief if we remove the qualified environmental consultant? But nonetheless, a reclamation plan that shall provide details of proper drainage on the property, I think is an extremely important part of what's in front of us.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to respond to that.
Yeah.
That once we have a course of action from our resident, then I will sit down with the bylaw department and look at our options.
Okay. That is the kind of thing I like to hear. Here's how I am proposing. I'm going to modify this motion, Council, for your consideration. And it'd be moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council confirm the repair order issued to the property owner of 33 Port Severn Road North, and the Council directs staff to alter the due date set out in the repair order as such that submit a reclamation plan to the township for approval prior to the commencement of any work on the subject property by September 15th. The reclamation plan shall provide details on proper drainage of the property. And once the reclamation plan is reviewed by the township and approved, the reclamation plan shall be completed in accordance with the approved plans as soon as possible, no later than October 15th. So basically, I'm removing the environmental consultant from this, but otherwise it's staying as is. We want Mr. Ficini, the report, I'll get to you in a moment. The repair order will stand, and you are looking for a reclamation. I don't know if reclamation is right. I'll just say submit a plan. I'm going to get rid of that reclamation. Submit a plan to the township. Okay, yes.
Your Worship, I'm wondering if maybe a better word would just be a qualified person, someone that can address drainage. It doesn't have to be an engineer or it doesn't have to be a hydrologist, but someone that has qualified, status to be able to do that.
Yeah, by a qualified person.
I think that's what our environmental consultants, Hutchison, do use, a qualified person, which then if it's drainage, it might be this person.
Yeah,
if it's
I like that.
Okay.
All right, Councilor Graziano, you had,
Yeah, I was essentially going to echo what our bylaw suggested just now.
Okay.
Was that we try to dilute it so this way it gives the applicant the ability to find some cost savings rather than having to hire an engineer.
all right. So moved by Councilor Jarvis, second by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council confirm the repair order issued to the property owner of 33 Port 7 Road North, and the council directs staff to alter the due dates. You got a comment on that sentence?
I not on this sentence, but in as it's being read in its entirety, there's an additional comment that I'd like to perhaps consider.
And that is?
If in the event that there's an issue between staff and the applicant whereby an agreement is not found, perhaps that the applicant be allowed to be brought, this matter be brought back to council again.
I'm not going to add that. We're not the experts on this. If they come to a standstill, they can bring it back to council, but I don't want to put it in the motion.
They being the
Any of them,
applicant?
either
Okay,
side.
anyone. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Through you, Mayor, my understanding of this resolution, because I want to be very clear on this, that the only issue moving forward is the drainage issue on the property.
No, well, submit a plan by a qualified person and shall provide details on proper drainage.
Yes, that's.
But it should also detail the whole plan.
Sure, I was just wanting to be clear that that was the intent, and there was mention of a boathouse and there was mention of whatever.
No, we're not getting into that.
No, we're just getting into the
That's the
drainage.
building department. The
Okay, okay, thank you.
and Trent's never. All right, one more time. Moved by Councilor Jarvis, second by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council confirm the repair order issued to the property owner of 33 Port 7 Road North, and the council directs staff to alter the due dates set out in the repair order, such as such. Submit a plan by a qualified person to the township for approval prior to the commencement of any work located on the subject property by September 15th. The reclamation plan shall provide details on the proper drainage of the property.
So you took the word reclamation out earlier and you put it back in.
The plan, you're right. Good point, good catch.
It shows up in B as well.
Yeah, well, A, I'm not reading, but B, I'm taking reclamation. Good catch. The plan shall provide details on proper drainage of the property. Once the plan is reviewed by the township and approved, the word's everywhere. The plan shall be completed in accordance with the approved plans as soon as possible and no later than October 15th, 2025. All those in favor?
I want to ask the applicant if he can get the work done by that. Or is that unreasonable from his perspective?
Okay.
The only thing is once I find where the range and then it depends how long it's gonna take to but then I'm moving to October 1st. Yeah, I need more time than that. But I get exactly. I gotta try to figure out who does this drainage. Like I've worked construction all my life. I've done great. I've done from the property line. You dig out a swale, put clear gravel and we create.
Oh, okay. What deadline can you work to?
I'm hoping to have it done by the end of October.
I'll switch it to October 31st. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Next on our list, license of occupation application L25-02 for 43037 River Shore. Who the heck is on this one? Oh, okay. We take too much time discussing this.
So the license of occupation application for 43037 River Shore located in Gloucester Pool. As noted in my report per the comments received during open forum today, this application is in front of council for your decision as this has been deemed significant and controversial. Here is the property at 43037 River Shore shown in red. Shown in red again is the applicant's primary property at 579 Rocky Shore Road, as the applicant is seeking land access between these properties. The purple triangle shown here is owned by the Trent Severn Waterway, who have accepted an offer to purchase this from the applicant. Rocky Shore Road is a private roadway noted with green. The original Shore Road allowance is in orange here. Navy is the original Shore Road allowance. And the yellow triangle is owned by the Crown. The remaining parcels in this area are privately owned. And this blue box is the approximate location of the requested license of occupation lands. So this application was originally denied in 2022 because evidence at the time suggested the entirety of the Shore Road allowance was owned by the Trent Severn Waterway instead of just that purple portion. And therefore the subject lands did not connect to the municipal road allowance. However, it has since been confirmed the Trent only owns that small portion, which again I mentioned is in the process of being transferred. Staff are seeking council's decision to either approve or deny the application. And to approve the application, council will need to carry the motion. And if the council's decision is to deny the application, the motion would need to be defeated. So I know there's a lot of moving pieces here, which is why I tried to color code these. Apologies to those who cannot see the different colors. But I was trying to do my best to kind of explain the story of where all these pieces are, because I know when you're just reading about it, it's kind of complicated trying to piece it all together. Additionally, there is a survey from 2024. The orange lines here show where the original road allowance goes straight through the parcel, and you can see that little wavy bit where part 1 is listed. That is the piece owned by the Trent. So the road allowance does go all the way through, and the Shore Road is kind of dipped to the south of it. And here's just an aerial image, so you can see there is a lot of tree coverage. And there's also a lot of rock. If you notice kind of to the right at the tip of that one triangle piece, it's all gray. That is just another open rock face there. So I was trying to simplify where all the pieces are, but
I'm afraid your simplification has me with a couple of questions, but I'm going to ask Mr. No, this is a staff report. I don't have, if you're available for, I don't want you to speak. I want you to be available for questions. Staff, sorry, your staff, council. Councilor Jarvis followed by Councilor Wojcik. Let's start that.
Thank you. Could we pull that last map back up, please, on the screen? I think we're gonna need that as a point of reference here for the next little while.
You're absolutely right.
So pull the map that shows the properties, pretty much everything. Yeah, thank you. So if I've got this right, that's okay, I'm fine. So the owner may need to be up in a chair for this. So we've got a property owner that has property at 579 Rocky Shore. He needs road access to 43037 River Shore. From one property to the other, currently he has road access to 579 Rocky Shore Road.
that is correct. 43037 River Shore is the only one in that area that isn't
Does
currently
he
accessible.
have, I think there's a dock in front of that when I saw the overhead. There is water access to 4303. You can get access to 4303 by water, like I do to my place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And 4303 Rocky Shore, all the property around it that is not owned by the Trent Severn would, right, or is original Shore, well, even that. The property around 4303 is owned by somebody else. You're basically surrounded. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, sorry, you're talking, I mean, I'm talking as someone who has only water access. So I'm not sure I'm too sympathetic to the cause, but thank you for helping me understand it. Thank you.
Well, then we're going to go to, who are we going to go to? We're going to go to Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think my question could be for the clerk. We heard this morning from Mr. Ron Breckbill that he is the only adjacent property to this property. And that, and my question is, was he notified? How much in advance he was notified? And is he given the option to purchase this property since he is the only adjacent property?
So one, there's no public notice requirement for the license of occupation policy. Two, yes. It's not my understanding that Mr. Breckbill currently owns the surrounding property, but has an invested interest in that property. But the property surrounding 4303, yes, that is the property that surrounds them. Mr. Breckbill was notified first of this application officially back in July from the township. However, it is my understanding that Mr. Vergeer has had this conversation with the Rocky Shore Road Association, which has been notified to all of the road members. Yeah, this has been ongoing since at least 2022, back and forth in some capacity, and Mr. Breckbill has been involved with this throughout that whole process. He was specifically notified the end of July, I think around the 20th of July, that this application was coming forward today, and then he was notified again last Tuesday. I specifically reached out to him again and said, if you have comments or questions that you would like, this is the deadline I need them by to ensure that council receives them, which he did do, and those comments were provided to council, and he did come and speak today. So yes, he has been notified.
Thank you.
Councillor Fredco.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just a couple of questions of clarification from our clerk.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't answer one of his questions. Sorry. The last question was if he had the opportunity to buy it. If he wanted to purchase it, he could have made an application at any time to purchase the road allowance, but that has not been received.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fredco.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
No worries, and thank you, and through you, Chair, to the clerk. And I think Mr. Vergeer this morning said that he has purchased the Crown land that's on the diagram here, that triangle. Okay, so I guess my question would be then, if Mr. Vergeer is the new owner of that parcel of land, could he not buy the road allowance to negate the need for a license of occupation?
Short answer, yes. Because the transfer hasn't taken place of that triangle though, then he's no longer the abutting neighbor. So that kind of goes against that policy. This is like all close, but not quite. So he could bring forward an application. That would be something that council would need to consider if we would transfer that other piece, knowing the triangle is willing, like is pending. People think municipal government moves slow.
Yeah,
but
provincial moves slower, right? Okay, so I guess the neighbor who's in this morning, wouldn't have an opportunity to purchase that piece of road allowance anyway, so that.
Are you talking road allowance or shore
road allowance? Because the road allowance to the north of that triangle, if Mr. Vergeer owns it.
Can you clarify which triangle you're speaking of?
The yellow one.
The yellow says Crown.
But he's purchased it. It just hasn't been finalized.
No. The purple triangle.
Oh.
There.
Oh, okay.
Wrong triangle.
Sorry.
I thought he purchased it from the Trans-Severin different from the Crown. Okay. Okay. That's fine then.
Well, you can blame the
No. So then, okay, then thank you. thank you. So for clarifying, the yellow triangle, this Crown land, is that nobody is going to buy that Shore Road allowance, so that we would need to have a length of the occupation regardless. Okay, thank you. That's fine. That makes it very clear.
Councillor Hazelton.
I really like the fact that you are able to walk up and touch the map.
But you won't be, the world won't know what you're saying until you sit back down again.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, so I was looking at our zoning map, and what I was intrigued to know is this thing here is 579 Rocky Shore Road, but when you touch this lot here, you end up getting units 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're all the same address, which is really weird. So, no? 579. Well, then our zoning map has got some really weird results. I just clicked on it, and it shows that this is owned, but it is the same extension of this property here and this property here. Like they're all one thing according to MPAC. I'm confused.
That's not accurate. They definitely have different addresses.
557.
There might be unit numbers attached to that property.
Okay.
They're,
sure.
you could probably, do you want to?
Come on up to the microphone, please.
I'm not looking for any favors. I think facts are important.
I drew this map 3 or 4 years ago just for our road association members, right? Because everyone wants to know what you're proposing. So that's Rocky Shore Road at the west end. There's a lot more cottages at the other end. There's 15, as I mentioned this morning. There's 5 down here. But I only wanted to focus on this because this is what we're talking about. So I've developed this property, bought it in 2006. And that's what I mentioned this morning, knowing there's a township shore road allowance from here. And I just had a survey done to buy that Crown land. And that survey clearly shows that the township road, not shore road, but the township road goes right to my property. And that was brought up this morning, whether it was factual or not. The township staff have this Rudy Mack survey that I used to purchase that. And it'll clearly show you that the township, this is really a peninsula that goes from Whites Falls Bay in front of my cabin. And I should just add, I've worked with Jamie Robinson from MHC or whatever, and he's walked and looked at it, and that's exactly what we're talking about, water to water. So I had to purchase this piece. When I applied a couple years ago to the clerk, they said, well, listen, you don't own this yet. We don't know how much of this is owned by the Crown. So we had it surveyed. I've worked with Craig Bolton, who's been great at the Trent Severn. We purchased this now, it's in its final stages. We know that it wasn't the entirety, which is why it was kind of denied when I came last time. I've now purchased that. I go by here every day. I mean, we spend most of our time at the cottage now. All of these 5 properties, of the 15, were all water access way back when. And as I said, for whatever reason, Glenn King lived in Coldwater and decided he didn't need road access. But the road was built for this type of thing. So the natural thing to do would be, you have 2 options. Try to talk to your neighbor about acquiring land. And I've done that. And, I understand it's not for sale. And the road member said, well, what else could you do? I said, well, I could apply to the township for an LOO, just, similar to what we had to do years ago here. And that seems to be the logical supported position of the road. And why is it good for the road? With only 15 members, we pay, I think, $1,200 a year road fee. So every penny counts. Plus, I would buy into the road like everyone else did at an inflation adjusted number. There's a formula for that. That's about $25,000. So if you remember Rocky Shore Road, all stakeholders benefit. Obviously, we benefit. Hopefully, the township benefits, not only from taxes, but it's just a lot easier for me to look after a property than it is on a road than it is water. And I get your point. I mean, if we had to live with it, I guess we could. But if you ever came out to our properties, you'll see how much we've invested and how well they're maintained. And anybody that goes by there will comment on that. So it's just a lot easier for me as I get older to maintain it by road. So Corinne's been out, Jamie's been out, and all we want to do is basically put a driveway at the most northern piece, because we don't want to be anywhere near the water. This is all Crown land, and then basically come in through here. And if there was ever a concern about my car here, then I'll gladly park it back there. Like, we don't want to see a car on the water either. But that's the only way in. Is that helpful? And this is all Log Point. You know, and I mean, my only thing about this, about someone buying it, if they wanted to buy it, you had 50 years to buy it. I mean, it doesn't serve anybody any benefit to buy that. I mean, I'll gladly buy that if you want me to, and if you say it's not for sale, that's okay. You've never sold any of this. And so unless there was I can see it, but it doesn't. All it does is harm me and harm all the other members. If, you know, if that were blocked, it serves no purpose. And again, that's 4 years of trying to do it the right way and being patient. We walk it all the time, so how do I utilize it? I walk there all the time. It's public land. If you're a neighbor on the road, you'd rather see us buy in, though. And I say, I get that. I'd like to give you my annual fee, and I'd like to give you my equity. But I need this LOO, and I realize it's not permanent. I can let you know I can live with that. If you revoke it in the future, it's not the end of the world. It's not a big property. I'd have more concern about this, because we don't have deeded access here. So what do I care about whether that's deeded or not? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Where was I with? That was Councillor Hazelton, I believe. Do you have more to say?
No.
Okay. Who else has more to say on this matter? No. Okay. Well, I have a question or two. No. Yes. Yes, I do. And I'm a little bit confused, and perhaps Ms. Way, you can assist me. So if I look at 4303 Severn River Shore, and I presume that sometime in the future, Mr. Vergeer will have that little purple sliver, and then is what's immediately in front of him, is that shore road allowance, or is that just road allowance? Because I'm a little bit confused.
So, yeah, so the mapping is a little confusing, but there is a survey from last year, and I can't, yeah, it's the last, this is the survey, so you can see, I know you can't see right now, but is my mouse here? It's all, this is municipal road allowance, and then the shore road is down below and kind of cuts through.
So,
but it's all the road allowance.
Okay, but I mean, not that it does or doesn't matter. I find it curious because if the so-called road allowance that cuts across
yes
includes what otherwise we would think of as shore road allowance, or is that a separate little?
That happens sometimes.
Oh, and this is one of those times.
Yes.
Okay. So, but
they intersect, like there was a shore road application a couple of weeks ago where the little piece out down separately, right? Okay. It's the same idea.
So, if at that point, once the little purple thing is resolved, Mr. Vergeer would have presumably little problem at acquiring the road allowance in front of his place, directly below in this particular thing.
Correct.
And that could get him all the way to the shore, I presume.
Yes.
Whether you call it road allowance or shore road allowance, there he goes.
Yes.
Then the rest of the blue box on the other one, that is Crown on one side and Mr. Breckville on the other side.
Log Point Homes.
Okay, Log Point Homes. All right. So in theory, Log Point Homes could make an application for the road allowance that abuts their property, and we know the Crown doesn't really care about road allowances, at least in past. So that he could buy the entire road allowance that abuts his property, whether or not Mr. Vergeer likes it or not.
At this point in time, yes, but Mr. Vergeer would be provided public notice.
Yes, and if, I mean, again, I'm just painting out a scenario because I do that now and then. If Log Point Homes, is that what it's called? Mm-hmm. Log Point Homes in 2027 made an application to buy that road allowance, what would happen to Mr. Vergeer at that point if he has an LOO?
So municipalities have the right to cancel LOOs at any time. Like there's a notice period, I think it's like 60 or 90 days off the top of my head. So he would be provided notice. Obviously, the application process for road allowance is not a quick process. They usually take 3 to 6 months on average, best case scenario. So that would allow us to have that notice period to provide the license of occupation, but we'd probably build in a stipulation on that approval. Because we don't know 100% if a road allowance sale is going to be approved until we come to this table. So there would have to be a built-in delay on whenever that bylaw comes into effect.
And then at that time, this would come in front of, I'll call it the next council, because it's not going to happen in the next year in all likelihood. At that time, the council would have to decide, all right, are we selling that road allowance or are we choosing not to, because we have that choice, because there is an LOO on it.
Correct.
And that would be an interesting debate at the time, because I'm sure both sides would be presented. Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Can I alternatively?
Yes, please.
Yes, once Mr. Vergeer owns that entire piece below, like once the Trent piece is sold, if he was then to purchase the road allowance below that, although purchasing the adjacent road allowance is in keeping with the current policy, that could be something if he chose to apply to, council could make an exception if they felt that was in the best interest.
And then we probably go down the rabbit hole that we went with another application for road allowances in the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just.
If only our. Additional comment if you like, quickly. Your microphone is not on.
Situation. I guess you have to think about everything. If that were to happen, I've only got a license of occupation. I think it's an annual thing. Listen, I've said all along, then I'll give it up because I think the likelihood of that is low. And I think there's a good likelihood over time that I acquire more land, but I'd be the one at risk. And I've told the road owners that don't worry about my 25 grand. Like it's worth a lot more to me to have access now and live with that probability than wait forever, and have all the road members penalized, myself penalized. It's a dark cloud nobody needs. And because it's just a year to year, then I guess I'm out and I can live with that.
All right. Did I see more hands? Okay, then I'm going to dare read a motion. And the motion reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council approve the license of occupation application L25-02 for 4303 Severn River Shore with the following conditions. Any alterations to land must be minimal in nature and allow for the easy return of lands to natural state. Removal of mature trees is prohibited without prior consent of municipal staff for safety reasons, and that staff be directed and authorized to sign the necessary agreements. Council, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. All right. Yeah. Now back to the rest of your life. Okay. Well, good. Well, this time next year, the campaign is on for the council seat, so I encourage everybody who ever hears me, consider it. No, I encourage you and everybody you know and everybody who's listening, consider running for council next year. I have no idea how many of my colleagues will be doing so, but consider it. Don't look at me that way. I don't know how many will be running a year from now. I can speculate. Okay.
We leave early then?
That's entirely up to you. If you lose quorum, then our clerk gets upset. Okay, where are we now? Okay, we're on to 8A, extension of draft plan approval, condominium C 2004-02, Edgewater Muskoka Estates, formerly Lone Pine Homes. To our planning department, and I see Director Whitlip, the little red lights on.
Mr. Mayor, let's start with this. The staff have prepared the report. I'll answer any questions.
I'm tempted to approve just based on that report, but that's not fair. I'm not allowed to do that. The motion reads, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Planning Council for the Township of Georgian Bay support a one-year extension of the draft plan of condominium for Edgewater Muskoka Heights, file C 2004-02, and that Georgian Bay planning staff advise the District of Muskoka Planning Council's recommendation. Any questions or discussion? Not yet, because I haven't called for the vote. I have to call for discussion if there is any, and I see none. So all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. You know, if we could have done all the rest like that, we would be at home by now. All right. I have moved by Councillor Boat. We're in the bylaw section, right? Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-058, Shore Road Allowance Closing 25328 Georgian Bay Shore. All those in favor? Oh, now we're moving. Carried. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved the Council enact bylaw 2025-059, Shore Road Allowance Deeming 25328 Georgian Bay Shore. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that the Planning Council adopt bylaw 2025-060 to confirm the proceedings of the August 12th, 2025 council meeting. All those in favor? I wasn't sure if Councillor Bochek was waving at me or not because he was first up the hand up this time. Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Graziano. Councillor Predko's already voted before I've read the motion. Be it resolved that Planning Council is now adjourned at 3:02 p.m. until September 9, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Is there anyone in favor? Is there anyone against? Councillor Jarvis has not voted, but you like agree? Too late for the recorded vote request. Sorry. We are adjourned. We do have the committee of the whole meeting. Does anybody want a 10-minute break or something? Yes.